News of the Times. 8 notorious British murders that shocked the nation. True crime. Good evening. Tonight's episode is a little different from our usual investigations. Over the years on News of the Times, we have explored hundreds of historical crimes together. From quiet village tragedies to sensational murders that once filled the newspapers of Britain. For this final compilation, we have chosen 8 cases that have stayed with us as a team. They span nearly 2 centuries of history, from the Georgian era of the 1720s through the Victorian age and into the early decades of the 20th century. Each case was selected for a different reason. Some were remarkable for the strange circumstances surrounding them, some for the extraordinary characters involved, and others because they reveal something fascinating about how crime, justice, and society were understood in their own time. A number of these stories have never previously appeared in any of our compilations, and they remain among the cases we still remember most clearly. Interestingly, while we've always had a particular fondness for the Georgian cases, those early 18th century crimes rarely found much favour with the YouTube algorithm, and so many of them remain quieter corners of the channel. But as students of historical crime, we've always found each era offers its own distinctive atmosphere. The Georgian period with its brutal punishments and vivid newspaper accounts. The Victorian age with its expanding police forces and growing forensic science. And the Edwardian years, when modern investigative methods were beginning to emerge. So as you settle in for the stories ahead, we would be interested to know which era you find most compelling. Was it the raw drama of the Georgian courts, the investigative intrigue of Victorian crime, or the early 20th century cases where science began to play a greater role? Do let us know in the comments. This compilation contains several hours of historical true crime, and for those who prefer to move between the stories, you will find timestamps for each case in the show notes below. So, wherever you happen to be watching from tonight, we hope you'll join us for this final journey through some of the historical crimes that have stayed with us the most. And with that, let us begin. Case 1. Katherine Hayes, the wife who dismembered her husband. Georgian true crime of 1726. Now, our first case in our collection of historical crimes is one that shocked London society to its core in the early 18th century. It is the extraordinarily and deeply disturbing story of Katherine Hayes, a woman whose crime was considered so monstrous that the law of the day did not simply treat it as murder. Instead, it was classified as petty treason. In Georgian England, the killing of a husband by his wife was viewed not merely as a domestic crime, but as a betrayal of the natural order itself, and the punishment that followed was accordingly brutal. The case of Katherine Hayes contained every element that could seize the public imagination. Scandal, deception, incest, dismemberment, and one of the most dramatic executions ever witnessed at Tyburn. But before the crime that would make her infamous, there was the life of Katherine Hayes herself, and it began in rather humble circumstances. Let us return to England in the year 1690.
Katherine Hayes was born near Birmingham in 1690 to a poor family by the name of Hall. At the age of 15, Katherine, a pretty and voluptuous young girl, ran away from home and took up prostitution in order to survive. The Newgate Calendar relates how Katherine met some officers, accompanied them to their quarters in Worcester, and remained with them for some time. indicating possibly a few weeks. At some point, she had a relationship with a local tanner, and Katherine had a son she named Thomas. Information regarding this son is sketchy. We have no information as to where he was raised, but it was not with Katherine. At the age of 23, in 1713, Katherine secured a position as a housemaid to a gentleman farmer by the name of Hayes. Mr. Hayes had 2 sons, and Katherine quickly managed to seduce the elder son, named John, aged 21. They married in secret and lived in a cottage on his father's farm. After a few months, complications arose and the secret marriage had to be confessed to the father, Mr. Hayes. As the relationship had gone on for so long, and with the marriage having already taken place, Mr. Hayes had no other option than to accept Katherine as his daughter-in-law. The marriage. The marriage enjoyed an initial honeymoon phase of roughly 6 months, and then began to deteriorate. John's father had given John land worth £26 per annum and had set him up as a carpenter. Katherine was unhappy and became jaded by the lack of activities living in the quiet countryside. In 1719, she finally persuaded John for them to move to London. John set up a business as a coal merchant, pawnbroker and money lender, and also took a house which allowed for lodgers. His businesses quickly grew, and he was quite successful. Katherine was given an allowance and household servants. The Newgate Calendar describes Katherine as being a person whose chief pleasure of her life consisted in creating and encouraging quarrels among her neighbours. Sometimes she would speak of her husband to his acquaintance in terms of the great tenderness and respect, and at other times she would represent him to her female associates as a compound of everything that was contemptible in human nature. On a particular occasion she told a woman that she should think it no more sin to murder him than to kill a dog. The quarrels with neighbours and Katherine's difficult temperament meant several moves in and around London. In 1725, Katherine persuaded John into taking in a lodger. John agreed. The first lodger that was accepted was an 18-year-old Thomas Billings, a tailor. This lodger was in fact none other than Katherine's illegitimate son, from her relationship with the tanner long ago. Katherine began an incestuous affair with her own son. Neighbours reported that Katherine and her son were in the habit of feasting themselves at the expense of her husband. On one occasion, when John was temporarily away from town, her proceedings were so extravagant that the neighbours deemed it right to make her husband aware of the fact, and on his return he remonstrated with her on the subject, when a quarrel took place which ended in a fight. It has been supposed that it was at this time that Katherine started to formulate her plan to murder her husband with the help of her lover, her son. Around this time, they took in an additional lodger, Thomas Wood, a friend of her husband John. Katherine began an affair with this new lodger as well. Katherine began to work to get the second lodger, Thomas Wood, involved in her murderous plot. He was initially shocked and opposed to any participation in the proposed crime of killing his friend and benefactor, but Katherine was persuasive. Her arguments included that her husband was an atheist, that he had killed two of his own children, and that the £1,500 which would fall to her at his death would be at his disposal upon her husband's death. Thomas Wood eventually agreed the murder. On the 1st of March 1726, John was convinced to start drinking with the two lodgers, where they indulged in drinking games to see who could drink the most and remain sober. Katherine is reported to have ensured that the alcohol flowed freely, the Newgate Calendar reports. When he had taken a considerable quantity of the wine, he danced about the room like a man distracted, and at length finished the whole quantity. But not being quite yet in a state of absolute stupefaction, his wife sent for another bottle, which he also drank, and then fell senseless on the floor. Having lain some time in this condition, he got up with much difficulty into another room and threw himself on a bed. It was agreed between the three conspirators that this was the perfect time to enact their plan to kill John. Thomas Billings, Catherine's son, went into the bedroom and struck a blow with an axe into John's head, which fractured his skull. Still alive, John Wood, John's former friend, finished the job with two more blows of the axe, and John was dead. From the Newgate Calendar. The murderers three now consulted on the best manner of disposing of the body, so as most effectually to prevent detection. Katherine proposed to cut off the head, because if the body were found whole, it would be more likely to be known, and on the villains agreeing to this proposition, she fetched a pail, lighted a candle, and all of them went into the room. The men then drew the body partly off the bed, and Billings supporting the head whilst Wood with his pocket knife cut it off, and the infamous woman held the pail to receive it, being as careful as possible that the floor might not be stained with the blood. This being done, they emptied the blood out of the pail into a sink by the window and poured several pails of water after it. When the head was cut off, Katherine recommended boiling it till the flesh should part from the bones, but the other parties thought this operation would take up too much time, and therefore advised throwing it into the Thames, in expectation that it would be carried off by the tide and would sink. This agreed to. The head was put into the pail, and Billings took it under the greatcoat. Billings and Wood left the house and threw the head into the dock, expecting it would be carried away by the stream. They then returned to the house to deal with the rest of the body. Their initial thought was that the body should be placed, packed up in a box, and buried. They found that the box that they had was too small, so they looked into dismembering the body to make it fit. This also didn't work for them, so they wrapped the body parts into a blanket, which was carried outside of the house by Billings and Wood and thrown into a pond. From the Newgate Calendar. In the meantime, the head had been discovered, and the circumstance of murder having been committed being undoubted, every means was taken to secure the body of its perpetrators. The magistrates with this view directed that the head should be washed clean and the hair combed, after which it was put on a pole in the churchyard of St. Margaret's in Westminster, and that an opportunity might be afforded of its being viewed by the public. Thousands went to witness this extraordinary spectacle, and there were those amongst the crowd who expressed their belief among themselves that the head belonged to Hayes. The suspicion was mentioned by some of them to Billings, but he ridiculed the notion and declared that Hayes was well and was only gone out of the town for a few days. Meanwhile, Mr. Hayes was not being visible for a considerable time. His friends started making inquiries after him, and a Mr. Ashby in particular, who had been on the most friendly terms with him, called on Catherine and demanded what had become of her husband. Catherine's complicated and rather dramatic story regarding the whereabouts of her husband did not convince him. He and a friend approached the magistrate with their suspicions. The magistrate reacted immediately and pounded on Catherine's door, demanding that she open the door immediately or it would be broken down. Catherine was found hastily dressed and her son, Thomas Billings, half naked, sitting on the bed. They were arrested and placed in separate locations for examination the following day. The other conspirator, Thomas Wood, had left town temporarily. The following day at Catherine's questioning, Catherine requested to see the head from the Newgate calendar. It being thought prudent to grant her request, she was carried to the surgeon's, and no sooner was the head shown to her that she exclaimed, "Oh, it is my dear husband's head! It is my dear husband's head!" She now took the glass in her arms and shed many tears while she embraced it. Mr. Westbrook told her that he would take the head out of the glass and she might have a more perfect view of it and be certain that it was the same. She seemed to be greatly affected, and having kissed it several times, she begged to be indulged with a lock of the hair, and on Mr. Westbrook expressing his apprehension that she had had too much of his blood already, she fell into a fit. On the same morning of this same day, the body of John Hayes was discovered by a gentleman and his servant who were crossing some fields. They saw something lying in a ditch, and on going nearer to it, they saw that it was some parts of a human body. The magistrates were called in, and the information was sent on that a body without a head had been discovered. It was decided that the prisoners would be held until the other suspected accomplice, Thomas Wood, would be secured. A few days later, Thomas Wood came riding into town looking for Catherine and was immediately detained. He was told of the body, and having been found and signed a confession of the murder, he relayed his guilt and how he had not had a moment's peace since he had helped to commit the crime. Thomas Wood was conducted to prison and had to be protected from the violence of the crowd by 8 soldiers with bayonets. A coroner's inquest opened on the 16th of April 1726, where it brought in a verdict of wilful murder and naming Katherine Hayes, Thomas Billings and Thomas Wood as the prime suspects. The crime was a sensation and was considered exceptionally shocking for the day. The newspapers of the day shouted out the lurid details, and it became a major news story across England. The trial. Katherine Hayes, Billings and Wood were all held to trial at the Old Bailey before the Lord Mayor and several other judges. Katherine Hayes was indicted for petty treason. Thomas Billings and Thomas Wood were indicted for murder. Both Billings and Wood conceded their guilt. Catherine's defence was that she had not taken any part in the actual killing of her husband, so she was not guilty. The jury of 12 men easily convicted all 3 as guilty. Both Billings and Wood were sentenced to be hanged at Tyburn and afterwards gibbeted. Catherine, having been found of petty treason, was sentenced to be drawn to Tyburn on a hurdle and there to be burned at the stake. All three relayed great distress regarding their sentencing. Whilst waiting for the sentences to be carried out, Thomas Wood died in prison from jail fever. Katherine demonstrated little remorse for the crime. Her real concern was the method of execution she had been sentenced to. Whilst awaiting execution, Katherine confessed her crimes to the prison reverend, but protested strongly the severity of the sentence, saying regarding her husband that it was no more sin to kill him than a dog or a cat, because of his cruel usage he gave her and his blasphemous expressions which he too frequently used. Katherine attempted to obtain some poison to kill herself to avoid being burned at the stake, but this plot was discovered. The executions. The execution was set for May the 9th, 1726, and drew a huge crowd, not unexpectedly given the salacious details of the murder. Thomas Billings, along with the other convicted felons of the time, had the nooses placed around their necks before loading them into the cart, where they sat on their own coffins. Katherine was tied to a hurdle. For those unfamiliar, a hurdle is similar to a woven branches tied together to make a type of fence, which was then tied to a horse and drawn or dragged to Tyburn, the place of execution. The men arrived and each had their noose secured whilst they remained on the cart. The cart was then moved on leaving each man suspended until death. Katherine was made to watch their deaths. Once the men, including her son, had died, Katherine was taken from the hurdle and tied to a stake and secured by means of an iron chain around her body. A cord was placed around her neck and passed through a hole in the stake, and this would allow the executioner to pull her head back against the post and to strangle her as a mercy to being burnt alive. 2 cartloads of dry wood were piled around her, and the fire was lit. She begged to be strangled before the fire reached her. The executioner attempted to pull the cord to strangle her, but the flames blew too high. Flames engulfed Katherine. 3 loud screams were heard from her, and then she felt silent. It took 3 hours for her body to be reduced to ashes. Thomas Billings' body was gibbeted and placed on display not far from where Katherine's husband's body had been found. Murder as petty treason. Although it sounds minor compared to the word murder, petty treason was actually a very serious crime. The Petty Treason Act of 1351 encompassed the killing of a master by a servant, or the killing of a husband by his wife, or the killing of a religious superior by a religious inferior, such as a clergyman. Petty treason was considered a much more severe crime, with an accompanying much more severe sentence. Rather than just being executed by hanging in the usual way, a woman who was convicted of petty treason was burned at the stake up to 1793. The offence of petty treason was abolished in 1828.
Case 2. The poisoned tea at East Milne. The scandal of Katherine Nairn. True crime from 1765. This case takes us to rural Scotland in the year 1765, to a quiet estate in the county of Forfar, where beneath the appearance of a respectable family life there was unfolding a scandal that would soon shock the entire country. At the centre of the story was a young bride, Katherine Nairn, barely 19 years of age, recently married into a prosperous Scottish landowning family and living in what should have been the comfortable security of her husband's estate at East Milne. But within weeks of the wedding, something deeply disturbing began to take place. For Catherine had not given her heart to her husband. Instead, she had fallen into a passionate and dangerously illicit relationship with his younger brother, Lieutenant Patrick Ogilvy, recently returned from military service in the East Indies. Their affair was not merely scandalous. By the law of the time, it was considered incest, a crime that could bring not only disgrace upon a family, but severe punishments from the courts. Yet gossip alone would not have made this story famous. What transformed a family scandal into one of the most sensational criminal cases of the 18th century was a bowl of tea served early one summer morning in June. A bowl of tea that would soon leave the master of the house writhing in agony, and a conspiracy that would eventually place both lovers before Scotland's highest criminal court, charged not only with incest, but with murder. To the summer of 1765, and to the poisoned tea that destroyed an entire family.
Background. Bookish 40-something Thomas Ogilvy lives with his mother in his family estate at East Milne in County Forfar in Scotland. Thomas was the eldest of three brothers. His younger brother, Patrick, was a soldier within a regiment in the East Indies. The youngest brother, Alexander, did not live on the estate, but oddly, Alexandra's mistress, Anne Clark, did. As Thomas is the eldest, all property and inheritance belongs to him. At his death, the whole of the estate would be passed down to his own son. If he had no son, the whole of the estate would be passed down to the next eldest son, his brother Patrick. Catherine's father, Sir Thomas Nairn, has recently died. Shortly thereafter, Thomas Ogilvy began his wooing of the then 19-year-old Katherine Nairn. She was considered a good match by both families. Catherine agrees to marry the considerably older Thomas Ogilvy. The wedding takes place on the 31st of January 1765. In Scotland at the time, women would sometimes keep their maiden name, so Catherine is referred to as Katherine Nairn. It is shortly after the wedding that Patrick Ogilvy, back from his East India expedition, returns to the family home. It doesn't take long before the dashing Patrick Ogilvy and the young Katherine Nairn connect in what seems to have been an explosively passionate affair. From the Newgate calendar, 1769, Patrick Ogilvy, the brother of Thomas, having served as a lieutenant in the East Indies, returned to Scotland soon after the celebration of the nuptials and went to congratulate his brother on the occasion. From this visit arose all the scenes of distress which gives rise to the following narrative. For Patrick, having beheld his sister with eyes of unwarranted love, they were seen within 3 weeks after the wedding by the servants, walking in the fields with too great familiarity, and kissing each other with all the fondness of enraptured lovers. Soon afterwards, Anne Clark, a kinswoman of Mr. Ogilvy, paying a visit in the family, remarked a great intimacy between the lovers, who frequently went to bed together without the precaution of shutting the chamber door. Mrs. Clark remarked on the scandalous impropriety of the lady's conduct, but, so far from blushing at it, Catherine boasted of her love for her brother-in-law, with whom she said she would abscond or otherwise give a dose to her husband, whom she detested. Mr. Ogilvy the elder was of so pacific a disposition that although the criminal conversation became every day more conspicuous, he contented himself with representing to his brother how much he dishonoured the family by so sinful a practice, but he did not even forbid him in the house. At length he paid the lieutenant a sum of money bequeathed to him by his father, and then Patrick departed to take the diversions of the country. But he still corresponded with his sister-in-law, and they left letters for each other under a stone, and even occasionally met together in the fields. Anne Clark, unmarried partner of Alexander Ogilvy, would become one of the most important witnesses in the case. Anne Clark gave 17 pages of testimony in court. It's important to remember the lines of succession. Upon the death of Thomas Ogilvy, were he to have no children, the estate would be handed to Patrick Ogilvy. Should Patrick Ogilvy die, the estate would be handed to Anne's partner, the youngest of the three brothers, Alexander Ogilvy. Catherine and Patrick have been playing a dangerous game with their obvious affair, as according to the law at the time, Catherine and Patrick are now sister and brother by her marriage in the family. Legally, their relationship is considered incest, a very serious crime indeed. The deed, as serious as it is compounded in that Thomas and Patrick are brother German. That means they both have the same mother and father. From the Scots magazine, the 1st of July 1765, indictment in His Majesty's Advocate against Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy. By the law of God and the laws of this and all other well-governed realms, the crime of incest committed betwixt a man and the wife of his brother German, especially when such crime is committed within the dwelling house of the injured husband, where the offenders were cherished and entertained by him with confidence and trust, is a heinous crime, and most severely punishable, and particularly by an act passed in the Parliament of Scotland in the year 1567, being the first Parliament of King James VI. The clandestine meetings are not enough for Catherine and Patrick. There is some historical argument as to whose idea it was to kill Thomas, Catherine's husband and Patrick's brother, but it is agreed that both were involved. Letters are exchanged between the two upon Patrick's departure from the family estate, and an agreement is made between them to kill Thomas. Patrick, now living elsewhere, purchases some laudanum that he requests for his own purported health issues. He also purchases some arsenic, supposedly for some dogs. Servants become involved in the sending of poison by Patrick to be hand-delivered to Catherine. From the Scots magazine, the 1st of July 1765, indictment in His Majesty's Advocate against Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy. In so far as you, Katherine Nairn, have been married to Thomas Ogilvy in the month of January last, in this present year of 1765, and you, Patrick Ogilvy, having about that time returned from abroad and taken up residence at the house of Eastman belonging to the deceased Thomas Ogilvy, your brother, in the parish of Glenya in the county of Forfar. You, Katherine Nairn, did, soon after your marriage, alienate your affections from your husband and fall into a course of indecent familiarities
with Patrick Ogilvy, which soon became the subject of observation and regret to your unhappy husband and to your friends and family. Notwithstanding repeated admonishments given to you, Katherine Nairn, and to you, Patrick Ogilvy, by Thomas Ogilvy and your other relations, to abstain from such indecent familiarities, obstinately persisted therein, frequently retired together, and continued in private for a considerable time, as well in the fields as within the house of Eastmin and other houses and places of that neighbourhood. You, Katherine Nairn, and Patrick Ogilvy, yielded to your inordinate desires, did after marriage, in the months of January, February, March, April, May, and June, and before the 12th day of that last month, at different times, and in one or other of the rooms of the house at East Milne, and in the outhouses adjacent thereto, lie together and abuse your bodies with one another, and each of you committed the abominable crime of incest. Your indecent conduct having at last become the subject of observation and just censure, not only to the deceased Thomas Ogilvy and his family, but to the neighbourhood, you, Patrick Ogilvy, on that account, dismissed by Thomas Ogilvy from his house on or about the 23rd day of May last, and you, Katherine Nairn, did upon that occasion and thereafter express your resentment against your husband by the most outrageous behaviour. Before you, Patrick Ogilvy, left the house, or soon after, you and Katherine Nairn did treacherously and wickedly conspire to murder Thomas Ogilvy by poison. From here, Anne Clark gives voluminous testimony, stating that she had been confided in by Katherine, that Katherine intended to kill Thomas. Anne goes on to share many alleged romantic, surreptitious encounters between the two, including having heard the two having sex within the house. From the Scots Magazine, the 1st of July 1765, Indictment His Majesty's Advocate against Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy. Upon different occasions, you, Katherine Nairn, signified your wicked purpose to Anne Clark, daughter of the deceased Alan Clark, officer of excise, who then lived in family with you, and informed her that Patrick Ogilvy had undertaken to provide the poison, which she did not then believe either of you capable of, and endeavoured to divert you from such a wicked thought. But you, Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy, persisted in your wicked conspiracy, and from the time you, Patrick Ogilvy, was from your brother's house, you, Katherine Nairn, carried on correspondence by letters and private meetings together for the purpose of concerting the preparation of your wicked design. One of these letters, without a date and unsigned, but of the handwriting of you, Katherine Nairn, will be produced in evidence against you. For the purpose of accomplishing the murder concerted betwixt you, you, Patrick Ogilvy, did, about the latter end of May last year, repair to the burgh of Brechin, in the county aforesaid, and there bought and received from James Carnegie, surgeon in that burgh, a small phial glass of laudanum, which you pretended was for your own health, and about half an ounce or more of arsenic pulverized and put up in 3 or 4 doses in separate paper covers, pretending that you had occasion for that poison in order to kill some dogs which destroyed the game in that part of the county where you resided. You, Patrick Ogilvy, brought poison to Ailth, within a few miles from East Milne, where you arrived on or about the 3rd day of June last. Upon the following day you did receive a letter from Katherine Nairn, which, by her orders, was delivered to you in private by Elizabeth Sturrock, her servant, to which you returned an answer that same day with the same servant, by a letter, with instructions to deliver it privately to Katherine Nairn, which was done accordingly. Upon the day following, being the 5th day of June, Andrew Stewart, having had occasion to go to the house of East Milne, you, Patrick Ogilvy, did send with him 2 small phial glasses, one of which, you said, contained laudanum, and a paper with directions about the manner of using it, and also a packet, which you said contained salts, and a letter closed with a wafer, and likewise sealed with wax, addressed to Katherine Nairn at East Milne. You informed Andrew Stewart that these were medicines for the use of Katherine Nairn herself, and desired him to deliver them and the letter privately into her own hands. You, Katherine Nairn, having been previously advised by Patrick Ogilvy that he was to send the poison by Andrew Stewart, watched his arrival at the house of East Milne, and, upon his coming there, conducted him into a private room and received from him the above particulars, which you presently locked up in a drawer along with the letter without reading the same. Andrew Stewart, who is seen to arrive at the house and in a private, closed-door meeting with Katherine, is questioned in a friendly manner by Anne Clark. Andrew freely divulges that he has passed on medicine for Katherine's health that have been sent to her by Patrick Ogilvy, who is now staying a few miles away. Anne testifies as to her alarm and states that she informs Thomas's mother of her concerns and advises that Thomas should take no meat or drink directly from the hands of his wife, Katherine Nairn. From the Scots magazine, the 1st of July 1765, indictment His Majesty's Advocate against Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy. Andrew Stewart, having some time after his arrival there disclosed to Anne Clark that he had brought some medicines from Patrick Ogilvy, which he had delivered to Katherine Nairn, Anne Clark did thereupon disclose to Andrew Stewart and to Isabel Mackenzie, the mother of Thomas Ogilvy, her apprehensions of danger to Thomas Ogilvy's life. All these persons, or some of them, did that night advise and caution Thomas to take no meat or drink from his wife except what he saw others taking. Thomas Ogilvy did that same night sup with his wife and the other persons above named in his ordinary state of health, and he went to bed at the usual time of night, having been abroad the previous day. That next morning, the 6th day of June, breakfast was set in the parlour earlier than usual, and Thomas Ogilvy, not having got out of bed, you, Katherine Nairn, filled out the first of the tea in a bowl, which you said you were going to carry up to the laird, your husband. You accordingly left the parlour with the bowl in your hand. But instead of carrying it straight to your husband, you went into a closet adjoining to his bedroom, where you remained for some time, and there wickedly and feloniously mixed the arsenic which you had received as aforesaid, or some other deadly poison, into the bowl of tea, which you afterwards carried to your husband and pressed him to drink the same, which he accordingly did. Whatever is in his tea does not take long to severely impact Thomas. From the Scots Magazine, the 1st of July, 1765. Indictment, His Majesty's Advocate against Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy. Soon after, he rose from bed, went abroad, conversed with some of his tenants and servants, and then appeared to be in his ordinary state of health. But before he got back to the house, and within the space of an hour or thereabouts, after he had drunk the said bowl of tea, he was seized with a violent retching and vomiting, and having got into the kitchen, he continued there for some time in great distress. He was helped to his own room and laid in bed, where he remained retching, vomiting, and purging, with such violence that he sometimes appeared convulsed. In the intervals of his distress, he did say to his friends and others about him that he had been poisoned by the said bowl of which he had got from his wife. Having called for his servant for water to drink, which was brought to the room by Anne Sampson, his servant maid, in the same bowl or one like to that out of which he had drunk the tea, he said, "Damn that bowl, for I have got death out of it already," and ordering her to bring up the water in the tea kettle, for he would be drinking out of nothing else. Having continued in the situation above described for several hours, his tongue swelled, and his mouth became so parched that he could scarcely speak. During his illness, though from the beginning very alarming, you, Katherine Nairn, not only endeavoured to hinder his friends and neighbours to have access to him, but when you were pressed by Andrew Stewart to send for a surgeon, you obstinately refuted that proposal, till near when Thomas Ogilvy, your husband, appeared to be then very low and near his end. You sent a servant on horseback to bring Peter Make, surgeon at Alth, who accordingly came with all dispatch. But before his arrival your husband was dead, having died in the night betwixt the 6th and 7th days of June last. From the symptoms of his disorder and the whole circumstance of the case above recited, it evidently appears that he died by the poison which was mixed and given to him by you, Katherine Nairn, in the bowl of tea as above mentioned. He experienced the most excruciating pains in his bowels, accompanied with a violent retching, which was the consequence of the draught, and at 9 at night Mr. Ogilvy expired in the greatest agony, after a marriage of little more than 4 months, during which he scarcely enjoyed one happy day. The newspaper reports seem to be quite clear that there was immediate suspicion. With suspicion comes the wish for the authorities to inspect the body. From the Scots Magazine, the 1st of July, 1765. Indictment, His Majesty's Advocate against Katherine Nairn and Patrick Ogilvy. After some days thereafter, when it was proposed to inspect the dead body, you appeared like one distracted, and cried out, "What will I do?" And you, the said Patrick, being advised of the death of the said Thomas Ogilvy, your brother, you, whom you are heir in case the sad Katherine Nairn be not with child, you immediately came to East Milne, took up residence there, and gave orders for the interment. The two are arrested on the double charges of suspicion of murder and suspicion of incest. Helpful Anne Clark writes to the youngest brother Alexander, informing him of the events, and he arrives to witness the testimony and trial. From the Newgate calendar, 1769, his brother Alexander now gave directions respecting the funeral, but in the meantime Mrs. Clark wrote to a younger brother of the deceased who was then a student at Edinburgh, intimating her suspicion that Mr. Ogilvy had been poisoned. Hereupon the young gentleman set out for East Milne, being determined to inquire into the real state of the case. He took with him the under-sheriff of the county and 2 surgeons. The under-sheriff recommended opening the body of the deceased, but as he had not been dead 6 days, and as it was now in the midst of June and the weather intensely hot, this was opposed by the surgeons, lest some noisome effluvia should arrive from the body. The presumed murderers were now taken into custody and committed to the prison of Forfar, whence they were removed to Edinburgh to take their trials in the High Court of Justiciary. The trial. The trial takes place. The prosecution has numerous witnesses to support their claims. Anne Clark is kept away from the others in a protective environment as the star witness. From the Newgate calendar, 1769, the trial was at length proceeded upon on Monday the 12th of August, and continued without intermission till 3 o'clock on the Wednesday morning, when the jury retired, and at 4 in the afternoon of that day they gave their verdict that the prisoners were both guilty. The Lord Advocate now demanded that judgment should be passed on them, but this was opposed by their counsel, who urged that there were several informalities in the trial which would destroy the force of the verdict, as they were incompatible with the principles of the laws of Scotland. On this a debate ensued, which continued nearly 5 hours, when the Lord Justice Clerk declared that, unless a special plea was stated in arrest of judgment, he would pronounce sentence against the prisoners. Hereupon it was agreed that on the following day at 11 o'clock the arguments in writing should be delivered into court, and, when that was done, a further argument of 6 hours ensued thereupon. The counsel for the prisoners, having at length no other plea left to urge, hinted that Mrs. Nairn was with child, but did not pretend to say how far she might be advanced in her pregnancy. With both found guilty, Katherine pleads pregnancy. Matrons are brought in to check Katherine's status, but they are unable to reach a conclusive opinion. Katherine is placed in a cell to wait, with matrons to visit her regularly to check her status. Patrick is condemned to death. He strongly continues to protest his innocence, and a reprieve is requested, but fails. Patrick is executed. From the Newgate calendar, 1769. On this sentence of death was passed against Patrick Ogilvy, to be executed on the 25th of September in the Grassmarket, Edinburgh, and Mrs. Nairn being remanded to prison, orders were given for a jury of matrons to be summoned on the following day to inquire into her real situation. The court being once more assembled, the matrons were sworn and retired, and on their return declared that they could not determine whether she was pregnant or not. On this, the judgment against her was suspended till November, and the matrons were directed to visit her frequently in the interval. The utmost interest of the relations of the convicts was now exerted to prevent the disgrace of a public execution by procuring a reprieve for Mr. Ogilvy, who constantly asserted his innocence respecting the death of his brother. The Lord Advocate of Scotland, in reply hereto, insisted that the determination of the Court of Justiciary must be final, as it was a criminal court in which the prisoner had been tried and convicted by a jury of his countrymen. The matter having been maturely considered, Mr. Ogilvy was left to suffer the sentence of the law. At the place of execution, he made an address to the populace, still asserting his innocence, and, as soon as he had concluded his devotions, he was turned off amidst an immense concourse of people, and no sooner was he turned off than, the rope slipping, he dropped to the ground, but, being immediately tied up again, he said aloud, "I adhere to my former confession, and die an innocent man." This being said, he was executed, and his body delivered to surgeons for dissection. This unhappy man suffered in the Grassmarket at Edinburgh on the 13th of November, 1765. Catherine was indeed pregnant and allowed to come to term in her cell. 1 month after she had given birth, an order is issued for her execution. But Catherine manages to escape prison with outside help. She dresses as a man and is transported away with help from a family footman. From the Newgate Calendar, 1769. After she had been delivered a month, an order was issued for her execution, but a short time before this event would have taken place, she escaped from the prison at 9 at night in the uniform of an officer, and an old footman who had lived in her father's family being waiting for her with a post-chaise, they set off together. Mrs. Nairn was not missed till near noon on the following day, and persons were sent express to apprehend her, but she had arrived in London before them. Catherine makes good her escape and manages to avoid the authorities and escape to France. Her newborn baby is left behind. From the Birmingham Gazette, the 7th of April, 1766. Mrs. Ogilvy was at Dover last Friday fortnight, and not having an opportunity to get off for France directly, she returned to London, took a hackney coach, drove to Billingsgate, got on board a Gravesend boat with a gentleman to accompany her, agreed with a tilt boat to take them over to France for 8 guineas, and a guinea a day for waiting for them for 4 days, in order to bring them back. But the tilt boat is returned back to Billingsgate without them. The Newgate Calendar, the English emblem of morality of the time, had a few choice opinions on the whole matter. From the Newgate Calendar. Such were the different fates of 2 people who, as far as we can judge of the affair, appear to have been involved in the same crime. The one dies, avowing his perfect innocence. The other escapes the immediate stroke of justice, which was suspended over her by the most slender thread. Mysterious are the ways of Providence. One pertinent remark will naturally arise on this occasion. That is the absurdity of disproportion proportionate marriages. Mr. Thomas Ogilvy was nearly twice the age of his wife, and had therefore much the less chance of happiness with her. We make this remark for the sake of those parents who may be tempted to compel their children to unequal marriages, on the idea that riches alone can bestow that happiness, which must generally, if not always, depend on consent of mind.
Case 3. The Chocolate Cream Murders, the Brighton Poisoner. True crime from 1871. This case takes us to the fashionable seaside town of Brighton in the early 1870s, a place of elegant promenades, genteel society, and respectable Victorian life. Yet, beneath that pleasant surface, the town would soon find itself at the centre of one of the most chilling poisoning cases of the 19th century. It began, curiously enough, with chocolates. Boxes of delicate chocolate creams from a well-known confectioner's shop in Brighton began to cause sudden and alarming illness among those who ate them. At first, the incidents appeared to be unfortunate accidents, but then the sickness spread. Servants fell ill, children collapsed in the street, and eventually a 4-year-old boy died within minutes of eating a single sweet. The town was horrified, for the poisonings appeared to have no clear target. Anyone might become the next victim: a child, a shop customer, even a passer-by offered a sweet in the street. Yet behind this apparently random campaign of poisoning stood a woman of respectable background, a woman of education, a woman of independent means, and a woman whose obsession with a married doctor would ultimately lead her down a path of deception, manipulation, and murder. We examine the extraordinary case of the chocolate cream poisoner of Brighton that left an entire town wondering whether the sweets in their own shop might contain death.
Background. Christiana Edmonds was born in Margate in Kent on the 3rd of October 1828. She was the eldest child of the famous architect William Edmonds, who designed the iconic Margate Lighthouse. Christiana was born privileged and received a private education. Historically, it has been theorized that both parents had syphilis at the time of her birth, which may have predisposed her to known erratic behaviour. This is conjecture only and is not proven. What is known is that her mother testified at her trial that both sides of the family had a history of mental illness. A sister of Christiana's had committed suicide, and a brother of hers had died in an insane asylum. Her father, the celebrated architect, had gone mad before he died, although historically it has been speculated that this was due to untreated syphilis. Setting the scene. Christiana Edmonds, aged 42 and never married, lived in Brighton with her mother. She was a woman of independent means. Dr. Beard and his wife lived on the same street. Christiana formed an attachment to Dr. Beard and began writing him long letters. Dr. Beard responded. The correspondence grew in intensity. Dr. Beard, after some time, requested that Christiana ceased writing letters to him. He wished to stop the relationship between them, such as it was. He brought up that he was a married man and that their relationship was not good for either of them. There has been much conjecture whether an actual illicit affair took place between Dr. Beard and Christiana. He stated adamantly that nothing illicit had taken place other than a flirtatious correspondence. Certainly an open affair would have ruined him, not to mention his practice. Whether or not an actual affair existed, Christiana had formed a strong attachment to Dr. Beard. A box of chocolate creams from the well-respected J.G. Maynard's sweet shop was sent to Mrs. Emily Beard whilst Dr. Beard was away. Mrs. Beard became unwell, as did those servants who had also had a chocolate cream. From here, a large spate of poisonings in the area begins. Christiana would pay young boys to go to the local sweet shop, Maynard's, and buy the sweet delicacies she required. She would sometimes offer a poisoned sweet to the very child who had helped her, or give sweets to random children she saw on the streets. Sweets that she had purchased from Maynard's would be doctored by her and then returned to the sweet shop under the pretence of the wrong items having been bought. The returned sweets would be replaced to the glass window to be sold again to another. Other times she left poisoned sweets in bags, hoping that a greedy person would take them and eat them. The chocolate creams sent to Mrs. Beard not having done the job, a plum cake was sent to her with resulting severe illness to Mrs. Beard and the cook. Dr. Beard suspected that his wife had been poisoned by Christiana and accused her. Christiana responds that she too had been ill. Dr. Beard holds back and does not contact the police. When asked why he did not contact the police, his response was that he was afraid of scandal. Love letters from Christiana continued to fly to Dr. Beard, which he ignored. The prosecutor's belief was that Christiana, as a spurned lover, had decided to prove her innocence to Dr. Beard by poisoning other people not related to herself. Dr. Beard, in despair, started the process of looking to move to Scotland. A 4-year-old child died from the random poisonings from Christiana by eating a sweet from Mr. Maynard's shop. Police wanted answers and made a public appeal. On the 10th of August, Christiana sent poisoned fruits and a cake to 6 local men and women in Brighton, including Mrs. Emily Beard, wife of Dr. Beard. The packages were sent from Victoria Station to Brighton by courier. Another of the recipients was the editor of the local newspaper. One of the parcels was also sent to Christiana herself. After this episode, Christiana sent a letter to Dr. Beard speaking of the near miss of death to herself and to his wife. Dr. Beard finally acted and spoke to the police. He handed over the large cache of letters and the packaging and told the history. Everything fell into place, and the trail linking Christiana to the Brighton poisonings was easy to follow. From the Courier and West End Advertiser, the 2nd of September 1871, the Brighton poisoning case. Christiana Edmonds, the lady charged with administering poison to the wife of Dr. Beard with intent to murder, has again been brought up before Mr. Merrifield, stipendiary magistrate in the town hall in Brighton. The court and the avenues leading to it were densely attended, and the greatest excitement prevailed. Mrs. Beard's cook deposed to having been ill after eating the cake sent to her mistress, and a woman named Walker stated that she had suffered from all the symptoms of strychnine poisoning after eating some chocolate creams dropped by the prisoner in a shop. 3 boys identified the prisoner as the lady who paid them to take notes to Mr. Garrett, the chemist, purporting to come from another chemist, requesting a supply of strychnine, and another requesting the loan of the book in which he kept a register of the sale of poisons. This book, when returned, was found to have some leaves cut out. Mr. Garrett also identified the prisoner as the person to whom, On 3 occasions he had sold strychnine to poison rats. She gave the name of Woods, Hillside, Kingston, and had been a customer for 4 years for medicines for neuralgia. She obtained the poison by introducing a householder whom he knew, and whom she persuaded by a false pretense to witness her signature. 3 boxes were produced, which were sent to 3 different persons in the town through the post. These were traced to the prisoner's possession at Margate, and the contents of one sent to Mr. Durlis of the Brighton Gazette made 2 persons ill. The contents of the other are being analysed. A servant at the house where the prisoner resides stated that 3 days before the prisoner went to Margate, where she stayed 2 days, she gave witness some powders to throw away. The girl, thinking that one of the powders was myrrh, kept it, and has since handed it over to the police. The same witness deposed that the favourite dog of a lady lodging in the same house as the prisoner was taken ill shortly after the prisoner had been patting it. It appeared stiff and rigid. The limbs were thrown back, as is the case of strychnine poisoning. Mr. Garrett stated that after the prisoner obtained the last quantity of strychnine, when she said she and her husband were leaving for Devonshire, he saw no more of her until she was in custody. He then learnt for the first time that she was not Mrs. Woods, but a single woman named Edmonds, residing with her mother at Brighton. She represented that she came in occasionally from the country and kept herself veiled, stating that she suffered from neuralgia, for which she always took a mixture of quinine and iron, and had a large quantity made up on her last visit on the 11th of May. The case was again remanded for a week, when the prosecution will produce analyses of various articles clearly traced to the prisoner's possession. The analysis is being made by Professor Rogers and Dr. Leatherby being absent from home. Experts in handwriting will also be called to identify the prisoner's writing with the addresses and notes sent with the boxes containing the articles alleged to be poisonous. The prisoner seemed to be more affected by the evidence that on the former occasion, and scarcely raised her head except to hand a memorandum to her solicitor. The magistrates intend to commit the prisoner for trial, and several witnesses from a distance have already been bound over to appear and give evidence. From the Birmingham Mail, the 9th of September 1871, the Brighton poisoning case, committal of the prisoner for wilful murder. The hearing of the charge against Christiana Edmonds of causing the death of a boy named Sidney Albert Barker was resumed yesterday morning at the Brighton Police Court. Kate Page, forewoman at Mr. Maynard's shop in West Street, said she remembered the boy Brooks buying an ounce of 4-penny cream. She had served boys with chocolate creams on other days, and had 2 or 3 of these occasions given certain directions to Charlie Schooley, shop assistant, as the boys were leaving. Once a boy who had been served with chocolate creams came back to change them. It was on this account that she gave the directions to Schooley. When the boy changed the creams, he said he wanted 4-penny instead of 3-penny creams, as 2 or 3 of the returned creams were broken. Witness put them in the drawer for broken chocolate, and she placed the remainder in the glass case from which they had been taken. Charles Schooley, assistant to Mr. Maynard, said he recollected being in the shop when the boys bought creams, and afterwards changed them, about the latter end of May. He followed them when they left the shop and watched them, and he saw them give something to the prisoner at the top of North Street. When he changed the creams he had first purchased, witness returned those he had brought back to the case from which they had first been taken. She did not remember ever seeing the prisoner in Mr. Maynard's shop. Poisoning children. William Halliwell, 13. William H. F. Halliwell, a 13-year-old of age, son of a stationer in North Road, said the prisoner was a customer of his father's. One day in March she left behind her at the shop a bag of chocolate creams bearing Mr. Maynard's name. A day or two afterwards she came to the shop again, and she then advised witness William Halliwell, 13, to eat the sweets, saying she did not suppose anybody would come for them. William ate nearly all the creams and was ill afterwards. There was about a dozen creams. William ate one at a time, and then at about 6 in the evening he felt ill about half an hour after eating the last. His throat was hot, his limbs were stiff, and his legs ached and were drawn up. He continued to be ill for 5 or 6 days. Elizabeth Halliwell, a mother of the last witness, corroborated his evidence. Henry Dickens, 15. Henry Dickens, 15 years of age, deposed that on the 4th of March he was in Spring Gardens when the prisoner spoke to Benjamin Coulthrop, who was with Miss Edmonds. After she went away, Coulthrop gave the witness, Henry Dickens, a chocolate bull's-eye, of which he ate a piece, but smashed the remainder in the gutter as it had a burning taste. Witness was sick afterwards. Benjamin Coulthrop, 13. Benjamin Coulthrop, 13 years, said he believed the prisoner was the lady who met him in Spring Gardens, and Dickens and witness were selling newspapers, and the lady bought a paper. She said she had picked some creams, and she gave them a bag of creams with Maynard's name upon it. An hour after eating some of the creams, Benjamin felt a burning sensation in his throat, and also felt giddy and sick with stiffness in his limbs. Then he was purged, and he remained ill all night. He was an outpatient of the hospital for about a week. Emily Selina Baker, 11. Emily Selina Baker, a simple-looking little girl, said she recollected that one morning in the cold weather a lady met her in Spring Gardens and asked her if she liked sweets. Emily replied, "Yes, ma'am," and then the lady, after asking her name, gave her some sweets. Emily took them home and asked her mother to share them. There were chocolate creams, acid drops, and other sweets. Her mother, at witness's desire, picked out the chocolate creams for her, and she, the witness, ate nearly all, but they tasted very bitter. Half an hour afterwards, Emily became very sick, and she was ill for the 2 following days. Harriet Baker, mother of Emily, corroborated her daughter's evidence and added that a week or 9 days after the child had the sweets, the prisoner, Miss Edmonds, whom she had never seen before, called at her house in Spring Gardens and asked if she had anyone ill in the house, and whether she knew of any children ill in the street. Witness said she knew of no one ill except her own child. Suspicions of the owner of J. G. Maynard's sweet shop. Mr. Goddard Maynard, confectioner, West Street, said he did not manufacture chocolate creams. He purchased them, the best quality, bought from Mr. Ware. The first complaint he heard about the creams was made to him by the prisoner, Miss Edmonds, who called at his private door some time before the inquest and told him that a lady had been nearly poisoned by a chocolate cream which she, Miss Edmonds, had bought at his shop. She, Miss Edmonds, also said that a gentleman was going to have analysis made of the creams. Mr. Maynard said he should be glad of it, but he had never since heard of any analysis being made. Miss Edmonds was not otherwise known to him. Mr. Maynard had never heard of anything wrong about his creams except in connection with this inquiry. Mr. George Robert Ware said he lived at 11 Marchmont Street, Russell Square in London, and was a wholesale chocolate manufacturer, supplying chocolate creams to every big shop in Brighton and to retail traders in Manchester and Liverpool and, in fact, throughout the United Kingdom. When asked if the chocolates could be tampered with, Mr. Ware, manufacturer of the sweets, said, "With the greatest facility, the inferior chocolate creams become hard in a few days, but those of a better class become soft, so that by puncturing them with a pin you could insert strychnine or anything, and then, by rubbing them with your hand, the mark of the puncture would obliterate." From the North Devon Journal, 14th September 1871, Miss Christiana Edmonds. The inquiry into the Brighton poisoning case was concluded on Friday, and the magistrates committed Miss Christiana Edmonds for trial upon 4 charges: the wilful murder of a little boy, Parker, and the attempted murder of Mrs. Beard, Mrs. Boys, and Mr. Garrett. 4 other charges of administering poison to children with intent to do them grievous bodily harm, as to which some evidence was given, was abandoned by the prosecutor. From the Bicester Herald, 15th September 1871. Wholesale poisoning at Brighton. Miss Christiana Edmonds now stands charged with attempting to poison the wife of Dr. Beard of the Grand Parade and other persons at Brighton. Has been again brought up at the town hall. The prisoner now stands further charged with having murdered a little boy named Sidney Albert Barker, who died half an hour after having eaten some chocolate creams purchased at the shop of Mr. Maynard on the 12th of June. John Harris Lewin, assistant to Messrs. Glazier and Kemp of North Street, Brighton, said that he recollected Mrs. Boys bringing a small piece of cake to his shop on Friday the 11th of August. He ultimately gave it to Mr. Glazier. Evidence is given that the cake that had arrived for Mrs. Beard was subsequently handed on to the police for analysis, and it contained a hefty dose of arsenic. The question then is, who sent the cake? A handwriting expert is brought in to confirm the handwriting on the postage boxes was exactly by the same hand and indeed belonged to Christiana Edmonds. The chemist's where the arsenic was bought confirms that the arsenic order was written out and delivered by a boy. This too was confirmed to be in the same handwriting as the others. This completed the evidence as to the charges already gone into, and the prisoner having, through her solicitor, reserved her defence, she was formally committed for trial. An application was made to bench to allow the prisoner to be liberated on bail, but refused. So, why did Christiana Edmonds attempt wholesale poisoning? The theory was that she was attempting to get rid of Mrs. Beard through poisoning, first by the chocolate creams and then by the plum cake. To hide this crime, she began her poisoning scheme in hopes to defer any investigation specifically to Mrs. Beard. Within this, Christiana herself claimed that she had become ill from eating products from the Maynards' sweet shop. When a small boy fell victim to the poisoned chocolate creams in the shop, she again attempted to redirect suspicion away from herself through a series of letters sent to the dead boy's father. In trial, the letters were again shown to be in Christiana's handwriting. From the Bicester Herald, 15th of September 1871, the death of Sidney Albert Barker, aged 4. Deposed about 2 months ago, a little boy named Sidney Albert Barker died. An inquest was held and a post-mortem examination was made by Dr. Leatherby, whose evidence incontestably proved that the boy died from the effects of strychnine, and the verdict was accompanied by a caution to the manufacturer of the chocolate creams. At that inquest, Miss Christiana Edmonds was examined when she stated that she had purchased the chocolate creams from Mr. Maynard and that she, having been taken ill after eating some, determined to have an analysis. The analysis was made and they were found to contain poison. Of course, that in itself is betoken murder, but from the facts which had come out, he said that the acts of the prisoner Christiana Edmonds were the acts of a guilty person. It appeared that so long ago as the latter end of last year, the prisoner Christiana Edmonds obtained poison. It was palpable that Miss Edmonds had conceived an extraordinary passion for Dr. Beard, who was a married man, and one act of hers to obtain her object was to dispose of Mrs. Beard. During several months she had been acting in such an extraordinary manner that it could only be attributed to such an object. It was discovered she had been purchasing in a most mysterious manner large quantities of chocolate creams, she always using the medium of little boys in the street to make the purchases, which were made at Mr. Maynard's shop. In some instances it would be proved that she had, under some single pretext, sent the creams back to be changed and put into the drawer again to be resold to the public. The little boy Parker purchased the chocolate creams containing a large amount of poison, and after eating it he was immediately taken ill and died within half an hour. It was a fact of the prisoner Christiana Edmonds purchasing strychnine shortly before the death of the lad Barker. Albert Barker, the father of the boy, deposed that his son was 4 years and 2 months old when he died on the 12th of June. Mr. Barker, the father of the son, had received 3 letters after the death of his son, which were signed respectively a London tradesman now in Brighton, an old inhabitant, seeker of justice. All those letters, it was proved, were in the prisoner's handwriting. The 2 letters referred to, bearing the dates 27th, 28th of June and the 1st of July, were examined by Mr. Nethercliffe, the handwriting expert, and pronounced in his opinion to have been written by the prisoner. The letters were nearly all to the same effect, complaining of the finding of the verdict of the coroner's jury in the case of the little boy Barker, expressing surprise that no blame had been attached to anyone, and urging Mr. Barker to take proceedings against Mr. Maynard. Charles David Miller said, Sidney Albert Barker was my nephew. On the 18th of June he bought some chocolate creams at Mr. Maynard's. On his return to the lodgings he gave some to the little boy. That was in the morning. Soon after 4 o'clock in the afternoon he gave the boy another. About 10 minutes afterwards, as he was going downstairs, he commenced crying. Before that he said he didn't feel like chocolate. Shortly after he began crying, that his limbs became stiff, he only lived for about another 20 minutes after having eaten the chocolate. The remaining chocolates were subsequently handed to Inspector Gibbs. From the Bicester Herald, 15th of September 1871. Dr. Beard's evidence. Dr. Beard's evidence, which was taken at the early part of the inquiry, was then read over. He said, "I should not say the correspondence with the prisoner continued 2 years. It was in September 1870 that the transaction took place about the poisoning of my wife. I was out of town at the time. I frequently go out of town at the time. I cannot say how many letters I received about that time. There might be between 15 to 20. I think some of the letters which were forwarded to me whilst I was away were open. The letters in the hands of the clerk of the court are those I received after September. The letters I have are of the same character. I communicated to my wife on the 3rd of October 1870 that letters had been received by me from the Miss Edmonds. I did not let Miss Edmonds know that I had communicated the fact to my wife until July last. I never answered any of the correspondence, and when I saw her in January 1871, I declined to allow such an intimacy or friendship, whichever you like to call it, continue. I did not take any means to prevent letters being sent to me by the prisoner from October to July. I cannot give the reason why I did not take any means. I opened the last letter sent to me by the prisoner. Nobody was present. She has given me letters when I have been leaving her house for me to read when I get home, but I cannot say how often. I should say not so often as twice a week." Mrs. Beard repeated the evidence given by her in the first charge of attempting to poison. The trial. Due to the high feelings in Brighton, the trial was moved to the Old Bailey in London and began on the 15th of January 1872. Christiana, with connections and money, had a top legal defence team. The evidence was overwhelming, with witness after witness confirming her actions. The prosecution case was that with Christiana's failed attempt to murder Emily Beard, wife of Dr. Beard, she had tried to deflect blame on Maynard for all the poisonings in order to prove her innocence to Dr. Beard. An attempt was made to use the insanity plea. The jury were unmoved. The jury found Christiana guilty. The sentence was death. But the sentence was commuted to life in prison, and she was sent to Broadmoor Prison for the criminally insane, grudgingly, by Lord Martin, the judge, who stated, "A poor person is seldom afflicted by insanity." Christiana's comment was that it was the fault of Dr. Beard. "It is owing to the treatment I received in going to him that I have been brought into this dreadful business. I wish the jury had known the intimacy, his affections for me, and the way I have been treated." Was Christiana insane? Below is a news article of the difficulties the Newgate prison guards had with her during the trial. From the Globe, 30th of December 1871. Life in Newgate. Christiana Edmonds, whose trial on the charges of wilful murder and of 3 separate attempts to commit the same crime has been removed from the Lewes Assizes to the Central Criminal Court. Miss Edmonds has expressed her dissatisfaction with her treatment in Newgate. She complains that she is not allowed to occupy an apartment with the matron, to change her dress as often as she pleases, to wear her bonnet at chapel, to use her velvet dresses and furs, and that the chaplain of Lewes Jail finds it impossible to neglect all other prisoners to minister to her spiritual welfare. Mr. Jonas, the governor, and Alderman White, one of the visiting magistrates, have pointed out to Miss Edmonds the impossibility of framing prison rules to meet individual cases, but so far without success. So what happened to Christiana Edmonds? Christiana was visited in prison to be assessed by two doctors at the behest of the Home Office. Their conclusion was this woman appears to have had a tranquil, easy and indifferent childhood and womanhood up to a period of about 3 years ago. The acts were the fruit of a weak and disordered intellect with confused and perverted feelings of a most marked insane character. The crime of murder she seems incapable of realizing as having been committed by her, though she fully admits the purchasing and distribution of the poisons as set forth in the several courts against her. On the contrary, she even justifies her conduct. Christiana was never released from Broadmoor. She died there in 1907 at the age of 78. The cause of death was listed as senile decay.
Case 4. The Hyde Park Count, Society's Charming Lady Killer, True Crime from 1876. Tonight's story takes us into the glittering drawing rooms of Victorian London society, where one of the most charming and fashionable men in the capital would eventually stand accused of murder. He was known as Count Henri de Tourville, a wealthy aristocrat, cultivated host, a man who entertained politicians, financiers, and society beauties at lavish dinners in his elegant house near Hyde Park. The Count spoke several languages, moved easily among the fashionable elite, and seemed to possess everything that Victorian society admired: charm, refinement, and the aura of noble birth. But behind the polished manners and perfumed elegance lay a far darker truth. But in the summer of 1876, London society was stunned when this admired gentleman was suddenly arrested at Bow Street. The charge was extraordinary. Austria had demanded his extradition. They alleged the Count de Tourville had murdered his wife while the couple were on honeymoon in the Austrian Alps, pushing her over a precipice in the Tyrol. The accusation alone was shocking enough, but as investigators began to look more closely at the Count's past, a far more sinister picture began to emerge. Why did tragedy seem to follow every woman who placed her fortune and her trust in the hands of the fascinating Count? In this case, we examine the extraordinary career of a man who rose from obscurity to become a darling of London society, only to stand accused of being one of the most audacious fortune hunters of the 19th century. The story of Henri Perrault, who reinvented himself as Count de Tourville, and whose trail of wealth, deception, and suspicious deaths would eventually lead to a cliff high in the Austrian Alps. Background. The Count de Tourville, Count Henri Dieudonné Gift of God Pyrame de Tourville, wealthy, cultured, and erudite host who gave exquisite dinners in his roomy Hyde Park mansion, was a London society favourite. London society was therefore profoundly shocked when the popular Count was arrested on a warrant for extradition to Austria on a charge of murdering his wife by pushing her over a cliff whilst on their honeymoon in the Austrian Tyrol. The case, which was eagerly watched by society, involved two famous legal representatives, Montague Williams for the defence and Sir Edward Clarke, whose writ was to send the Count back to Austria to face the charge awaiting him there. But who was the Count, and where did he come from? We know that in 1867, Henri Perrault was a waiter in a Paris cafe. Perrault spoke English, German, and Italian fluently, in addition to his native French. This was a time when wealthy young men would take a tour of Europe to adventure into activities that they would not dare to do in their home country. Perrault, often through the cafe owner, who would be approached for local tips by young gentlemen looking to explore the darker side of Paris, was happy to be their guide at a cost. He made quite a good living. The suspected murder number 1. In 1867, wealthy Mr. William Cotton arrived from England for his continental spree. He wished to begin with a round of seedy haunts in Paris. Obligingly, Perrault, the waiter, took Cotton to many questionable hotspots in the city, giving him the time of his life. Cotton was grateful, and seeing the use of having a multilingual companion, suggested that Perrault quit his cafe job and accompany him as a guide and companion on the rest of his continental tour. Perrault readily agreed. Travel and all expenses paid was an easy choice to make. The two, Cotton and the new companion Perrault, moved on to Constantinople, then renowned for its infamous dens of iniquity. Here Cotton was known to have cashed a large cheque. With his travelling companion Perrault, the two made off to the city of Bosphorus, then known as a city of vice. They never returned to their hotel. Concerned, the hotel manager contacted the police. The police were used to Englishmen arriving and departing early. At the time, the English were not popular within Turkey. The police gave little notice to the disappearance of the wealthy Englishman, Mr. Cotton, and even less attention to his travelling companion, the former French waiter and travelling companion Perrault. The suspected murder number 2. 2 years later, a very different version of former French waiter Henri Perrault arrives in the known watering hole for wealthy families, Scarborough, in northern England. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, career of inhuman lady killer. 2 years later, a man surprisingly like Henri Perrault turned up at the Prince of Wales Hotel in Scarborough in England. He was now a distinguished-looking figure. His jet-black, luxurious hair, mustachios, and side whiskers were glossy with pomade. His clothes were of the most fashionable cut. His shirt front and cuffs blazed with jewelled studs, and to suit his new style, he had altered his name to Henri Dieudonné Pyrame de Tourville, with the alluring but entirely false title of Count before it. The fashionable watering place of Scarborough was a veritable Eden for such a gay and cultured son of Adam, as its promenades were thronged with hopeful spinsters and flirty widows, some of them quite rich, seeking relief from their loneliness. Like homely flies around a gorgeous bumblebee, a group of these lonely women were soon worshipping at the shrine of the noble Count Henri. He entertained some of the more obviously wealthy of them with intimate little dinners in his suite, at which he sang and played, and he discoursed of his travels and casually referred to his great wealth and noble ancestry. With women fluttering about the entertaining Count, Tourville had his choice of wealthy heiresses. He chose Miss Henrietta Bingham. Henrietta, with her dear mamma, was a quiet and modest young lady. Her mother, a woman of strong will, had inherited £30,000, worth approximately £4.5 million in 2024, from her now deceased husband, who had been a solicitor. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, the career of inhuman lady killer. There was great jealousy when Count Tourville singled out a Miss Henrietta Bingham for his romantic attentions. She was the daughter of a widow who had inherited £30,000 from her husband, a solicitor. Henri's wooing was rapid. It had to be, for he was nearing the end of the little fortune he had stolen from the murdered Mr. Cotton before dumping him in the Bosphorus. He popped the question to the infatuated girl to the strains of a Strauss waltz played most romantically by himself. She gushed her acceptance, and Mamma gushed hers too. They were surprised, however, when the newly married bridegroom rushed his mother-in-law for a substantial loan just before the happy couple dashed off for a continental honeymoon. He was down to his last pound when they returned, and was not a little hurt when dear Mamma not only refused to lend him more money, but insisted that he pay back what he owed. In fact, he was downright furious when he called on her a little later, ostensibly to pay back the money. Coincidentally, Mrs. Bingham is shot dead a few hours later. Ostensibly, as relayed by the grieving son-in-law, he had given her a pistol to protect herself, as she had concerns regarding her personal safety. Sadly, he explains, she most likely accidentally shot herself. The death of Mrs. Bingham, mother of the Count's wife, is deemed death by misadventure. Despite obvious evidence to the contrary, the death certificate of Mrs. Bingham is signed. The £30,000 is inherited by his wife, and Count Tourville looks with gleeful anticipation to laying his hands on his wife's inheritance. However, the previous incident that the now deceased Mrs. Bingham had had with her daughter's new husband must have caused her concern. Her will is structured in such a way that her daughter retains financial control over her own money. Like her now deceased mother, Henrietta maintains a tight grip on her funds. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, Henri advanced the theory that she had had an accident with the pistol, which she had asked him to give her, so he said, because she was afraid of burglars. An unsuspicious doctor concurred with the accident theory, despite the fact that the bullet had entered the back of the dead woman's head, and an equally gullible coroner returned a verdict of death by misadventure. Scotland Yard made inquiries, but assigned a detective to the case, to whom it was later alleged Henri paid a substantial bribe to report no case. His wife inherited her mother's fortune of £30,000, but to his consternation, she was unexpectedly shrewd in hanging on to it. Apart from an occasional fiver, he got nothing. Suspected murder number 3. As the Count's personal fortunes wane, with debts beginning to mount, his wife, the heiress, unexpectedly dies. Once again, the doctor and coroner find no suspected foul play with her death, as it is recorded as an unfortunate natural death. Years later, the suspicion would arise that she had been fed ground glass. Count Tourville, with many dramatic displays of grief, looked forward to finally getting his hands on his wife's fortune, only to find, however, that, like her mother before her, his wife has settled all of her fortune on her son, and that the terms of the will excluded his ability to touch the money. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, apart from an occasional fiver, Tourville got nothing. His style of living shrank. Some of the gloss went out of his hair. It was a surprising coincidence that just as his affairs reached their lowest ebb, his wife conveniently died. Years afterwards, at his trial, it was suggested that powdered glass must have found its way into her food. Through the gullible doctor had again seen nothing suspicious and issued a certificate of death from natural causes. But again, Henri was to find that crime did not pay. He found that his wife had settled the bulk of her fortune on their infant child, and that the executors would not even let him administer it. The shock made Henri even more determined. Potential murder 4. With the bulk of the hefty estate settled on his young infant son, the way is clear to Count Tourville for what his next action must be. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, Tourville determined to murder his own child. He insured the house left him by his wife as far as possible, put the child to sleep in a back room on the top floor, and set fire to the building. He had not allowed, however, for the gallantry of a policeman who rescued the child from the flames, nor was the parsimonious and unworthy suspicions of the insurance company who retorted to sue us for it when he demanded the insurance money. Not daring to press his claim, he abandoned it, and after dumping the child upon his wife's relations, set out to cut a dash to catch another fly in London. With the £1,000, worth approximately £140,000 in 2024, inheritance that he received from his wife's will, Tourville now attempts again to look for a new heiress. He invests the money into an impressive residence in a fashionable section of London and begins attending plays and operas and wining and dining the fashionable London set in hope of attracting a wealthy heiress. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, 1850, his wife had left him a few thousand in her will, and with this he leased a furnished mansion near Hyde Park, a box at the opera, and began to attend the fashionable gatherings such as Goodwood and Cowes. His title, suave personality, and lavish hospitality soon gained him the acquaintance of a number of influential men, including politicians, financiers, and lawyers, and acceptance in society. He became a naturalized Englishman, and with the assistance of influential friends, gained admission to the bar as a member of the Middle Temple. It was amazing what he did with a little money and a flair for raising the wind from tradesmen and loan sharks. But the time came when his credit was exhausted, and his creditors began pressing him for a colour of their money. Heiress wife number 2. Tourville's plan works. Mrs. Madeleine Miller, described as an older, larger woman, has inherited £60,000, worth approximately £8.5 million in 2024, with an annual income of £7,000 from her deceased husband. Her young child by that marriage has also passed. As an improvement to Tourville, there is no strong-willed guardian potentially blocking his access to her funds, nor does she have a child who could receive her inheritance over him. The whirlwind romance results in their marriage on the 11th of November 1875. After 6 months in London, Count Tourville takes his new wife on an extended honeymoon across Europe, eventually arriving in the small village of Trafoi on the Selvio Pass in the Austrian Tyrol in July 1876. With them is Madame's maid, who shares with other servants the contentious relationship her mistress and husband have. Before they begin their extensive European honeymoon, Tourville suggests to his wife that the two each make a will, naming the other as their sole benefactor. Despite warnings from her financial advisors, Miss Miller agrees. From the Western Argus, the 14th of June, Count de Tourville, his English bride, and a crime of greed. In all the gloomy gallery of criminals who have sealed their iniquities with murder, the self-styled Count Henri de Tourville fills a conspicuous place. His hard heart seems to have vibrated to but one sensation, the love of money. To this end, he deceived and schemed and set on foot his devious schemes, only to see them all fail to pieces at last. In the year 1875, there was living at Craven Hill in London a lady upon whom fortune appeared to have smiled. She was a vivacious and charming lady with a wide circle of friends. Naturally, too, she had a number of suitors for her hand, but she seemed in no hurry to choose. For one thing, there was always the suspicion that her fortune might attract them more than her person. Another reason was that, up to the present, no man had appeared who had made the word love a reality. Then suddenly this indifference was changed, and she fell head over heels in love with the mysterious foreigner who burst upon London society that year with something of the sudden blazing of a comet. The gentleman was known as Count Henri de Tourville. He claimed to be a connection of the unfortunate Austrian house of Habsburg, hinting vaguely that he was a son of that enigma, the Archduke John of Tuscany, who disappeared after assuming the name of John Orth. The newcomer was certainly an Austrian, and as his credentials were accepted by the Austrian ambassador, society very quickly took him up and he became very popular. He rented a large and handsomely furnished house in Mount Street and was quickly received in most of the best establishments. His appearance was peculiar and, from a British point of view, almost revolting. He had an immense mop of black oiled hair that he wore flowing down to his velvet collar. He also wore abundant side whiskers and a large moustache. His eyes were light blue, remarkably glossy and hard. His voice was gentle and musical, and when he spoke, he gestured with his white hands, the fingers of which were loaded with rings. His shirt was open-worked, with his diamond studs conspicuous. His person was always deluged with scent. At intervals, he inhaled eau de cologne from a flask of exquisite workmanship, but, although so fulsome in outward appearance, his manners were perfect, while his charm and delicate appreciation of beauty was confessed by the many women with whom he was brought into contact. He sometimes mentioned that he was a widower. It was understood that his first wife had died in Austria, and that, since this unhappy event, the Count, who was supposed to be immensely wealthy, had been travelling for the sake of distraction. He also allowed it to be known that he might possibly take another wife back with him to his native land, and sketched a picture of his ancestral castle embowered in the romantic weeds of the Tyrol. Thus, a few weeks later, the Count, who was an accomplished linguist, was writing to Miss Miller. A great romance of love had entered her life. "I am deliciously, nay, deliriously happy," she wrote to a friend. The affair had reached a climax with romantic swiftness. The Count had commenced to make careful inquiries as to the financial standing of the lady around whom he had commenced to spin his schemes. When he learned that she had some thousands in cash and property that could be willed to her husband, he made up his mind. A lightning courtship ripened into promise of marriage. To Madeleine he was the devoted lover, anticipating her slightest wish and loading her with rich presents. He talked airily of his immense possessions. To her solicitor he was equally voluble, but the man of law advised Miss Miller to proceed with caution and suggested a few inquiries as to the Count's financial stability. In a tempest of adoring love, she swept aside these counsels of caution, and the marriage was celebrated. For 6 months the pair were settled in London. Then the Count became restless and suggested that the capital did not suit him. He proposed a tour upon the continent and afterwards a visit to the Tyrol, with possibly a short stay at the ancestral castle to which he had spoken so frequently. But first, a little matter of law. He suggested that each should make a will in favour of the other. With the trust that sprang from real love, the bride went to her family solicitor and asked him to draw a will making her husband her sole legatee. The lawyer objected and pointed out that other contingencies might arise. Annoyed by this, and acting on the advice of the Count, she then went to a strange solicitor and instructed him. On the day the couple left London, the wife signed a will, leaving everything to her husband absolutely in the event of her death. She had signed her death warrant. With them was a girl who acted as lady's maid. She had been engaged by the Count in London and was an Austrian subject. When the husband and wife, after loitering in Paris and Vienna, reached the town of Sponding in the Tyrol, against the wishes of his wife, the Count was insistent that the maid should be dispensed with. He gave a reason that fluttered her heart. "I cannot bear that even a maid should come between us, my angel." However, unknown to him, his wife had written a gossipy letter to an intimate friend in London in which this pregnant passage occurred. "My maid has left me. I wanted another, but my dear husband seemed determined that I should not have one, so henceforth we travel alone. Tomorrow we ascend the Selvik Mountains by way of the pass. I am horribly afraid of mountains, but my husband loves them, so I put a brave face on it." Suspected murder number 4. The scenic location in which they stopped was in the heart of the Alps. Climbing expeditions were popular, but it was recognized that the pathways and climbing routes were more appropriate to the seasoned climber. Now bereft of her maid and wishing at all times to look attractive to her husband, the new Madame de Tourville arrives, prepared for their walking jaunt in inappropriate footwear, heavy jewellery, and attractive gown. The innkeeper looks upon her apparel with dismay. From the Western Argus, the 14th of June. The pair rose early and set off for the Fyanderhof, the nearest point for the ascent of the mountain. The husband was warned that a guide was essential, but he laughed gaily and said, "I'm an Austrian and know every inch of these mountains." The experienced guides were amazed at his temerity in taking his wife with him, unequipped for mountaineering, but he shrugged away their fears. Later that same night, the Count returned to Ferdinandhof, and he was alone, distracted and deadly pale. He stammered forth a distressing story. His angel wife was dead. There had been an accident, and eventually he was able to make a connected statement to the police officer who was summoned. He said, "She stumbled and fell, rolling down the side of the mountain. I found her at length unconscious and bleeding. I managed to revive her with water from a little spring, and then I told her I must go for assistance. I propped her up against a tree and set off for help. But the mists came on, and for hours I wandered distracted and unnerved amid the vast solitude. At length I found that I had travelled in a circle and had returned to the very tree where I had left my unhappy wife, but she was not there. I saw a trail of blood that led to the edge of the precipice, and gazing down into the depths, saw something that I fear was the body of my unhappy wife. Help was summoned quickly from Trefoil, the little village close to the pass, where dwelt the hardy mountaineers who knew every crag and step. Dawn was breaking when the rescue party ascended the pass and reached the spot where de Tourville believed he had caught a glimpse of his wife in the depths. Peering over, the guide saw, caught on a projected tree, a bright blue parasol hanging by its gay ribbon, and lower down, also suspended, was a bonnet. On the edge of the verge were marks as though a desperate struggle for life had been maintained. Arrangements were made to retrieve the body. After immense and dangerous efforts, the shattered corpse was drawn up by ropes arranged around the body by an intrepid guide who allowed himself to be lowered for this purpose. He reported that the unfortunate lady had been caught by a projecting mass of rock some 200 feet from the top of the cliff. While this distressing operation was in progress, de Tourville sat silent in the carriage, with his eyes fixed on the taut rope that was slowly bringing to light the evidence of his atrocious villainy. When the corpse appeared, he got out of the carriage, stared down upon the marred face, muttered some incoherent words, and got again into the carriage. One of the gendarmes at the site notices scratches upon the Count, as well as several abrasions upon his right hand. There are also scratches upon his face. When asked about them, he explains that he had gotten caught in a thorn bush as he was making his way back to ask for help. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of March, Tourville had a way with the authorities. That night he dined and wined the local doctor who examined the body and the two sons of the district judge. Just what transpired is not known, but the district judge declared the fatality to be an accident and even went so far as to issue a certificate declaring that no responsibility whatever for the death attaches to this worthy gentleman, Count Henri Dieudonné Pyrame de Tourville. Armed with this certificate, Henri returned to London, where a sympathetic solicitor undertook the transfer to him of the £38,000 he inherited under the will his wife had made, curiously enough, on her wedding day, worth approximately 5.5 million in 2024. But if Henri was satisfied, the dead woman's relatives were not. They instructed an astute Vienna detective to look further into the circumstances of her death. He built up, in theory, a strong picture of a middle-aged, obese woman struggling for life on the edge of a ravine over which she was thrown. The murderer, he added, had followed her halfway down the cliff, where the struggle was renewed and the horrible injuries had been inflicted on the head. Then her killer had dragged her to the bush in which the body had been found, he declared. The death certificate is recorded as death by misadventure. Count Tourville loudly and dramatically displays his grief at the funeral, where he is the sole mourner. He then packs up his things and returns to London, where he places his claim for the life insurance policy that had been signed by his wife prior to their departure. However, Madeleine's family, shocked and not a little apprehensive regarding the freak accident, combined with the dismissal of her maid and her husband's insistence in doing a climbing trek, it has caused concern, which they relay to the Austrian authorities and to the insurance company. The policy is placed on hold, and the Austrian authorities take another look at the case. From the Western Argus, the 14th of June, Count de Tourville, his English bride, and a crime of greed. The Count had returned to Craven Hill, where he was the recipient of innumerable condolences. Pale, garbed in black with crape streamers in his tall hat, he rode in the Row and accepted with an air of languid grief the sympathy of the friends who met him. He had attempted to obtain probate of the will made by his late wife, but a rumour had reached the solicitors who acted for him that the Austrian police were making fresh inquiries concerning his wife's death. The body had been exhumed, and another examination had revealed the fact that death had been caused by puncturing the eye through the brain with a sharp instrument. Already the machinery of the law was in motion. Other evidence of an astonishing character was fast accumulating. The Count was now known to be a miscreant who was wanted by the police for poisoning his first wife by administering poisoned glass, while further inquiries made it certain that the first wife's mother had been done to death by foul play. Very soon London society was shocked by an unparalleled sensation. The rich and fascinating Count de Tourville, friend of the Austrian ambassador, had been arrested for murder and vast frauds upon 3 insurance companies, and his extradition was being asked for. Count Tourville, or Henry Perrot, is arrested and brought up at Bow Street. He hires the famous barrister Montague Williams to fight extradition to Austria. In essence, the trial reviews the evidence regarding the alleged murder in Austria, therefore assessing whether he should be extradited or not. The prosecution is led by the equally famous barrister Sir Edward Clarke. The battle between the 2 barristers is a show in its own right. The events of the fateful day are reviewed in court, with witnesses brought over from Austria to testify. What is quite interesting is the evidence from a seasoned rescue climber who is convinced that Madame Tourville's death occurred from foul play, as well as the evidence from the medical testimony. From the London Daily News, the 17th of January 1877, the alleged murder in the Tyrol. The hearing of the evidence against Henry de Tourville, alias Henri Perrot, charged on suspicion of murdering his wife in the Helvio Pass of the Austrian Tyrol was resumed before Mr. Vaughan at Bow Street Police Court on November the 16th. The accused, a native of France, claims to be a British subject by force of certificate of naturalisation and is a barrister of the Middle Temple. Johann Kircher, the coachman, stated that when Monsieur de Tourville returned alone to the hotel, he asked him where his wife was, and he replied that she was bad indisposed, half an hour higher up. He did not say she had fallen and was bleeding. Hedrick Hoffer, the manager of the hotel in Trafoi, in his deposition, after stating that the prisoner and his wife arrived there on the 19th and dined, stated that they left about midday for the Frauenhof. The lady wore extraordinary ornaments. Round her neck was a close-fitting gold chain, as thick as a finger, which could only be taken off by unfastening it. Unless the clasp was weak, it could not fall off. She also wore a steel chatelaine. At about 4, the driver returned with the empty carriage and said the gentleman had told him to come back and that he and his wife would walk back. An hour or an hour and a half afterwards, the gentleman returned alone. He went to meet him, seeing him approaching, and asked what the matter. He replied that his wife had fallen. The prisoner was not at all excited, and therefore he thought it could not be a very serious matter. He said to his sister that he believed the lady had slipped and got scratched. He observed nothing extraordinary about the gentleman, and his coolness made him suppose that he did not feel much anxiety about his wife. He said his wife was half an hour to 3/4 of an hour up, and he made his driver understand that he wanted 4 men to go up and bring her down. He then went into the dining room and ordered a bottle of wine. At about 8:30, Zola and others returned, saying the lady was dead, having fallen into the deepest part of the hollow below the rivulet. Everybody who had been there was of the opinion that she could not have fallen from the spot, but must have been murdered and dragged down. The prisoner sat in the dining room, but as everybody was talking about the lady, not much attention was paid to him. Zola examined the spot with the inspector, and he could not get rid of the impression that the lady was dragged down. The prisoner had plenty of time for this, as he could have done it in half an hour, and the place was distant about 3/4 of a mile from the hotel, the longest way. Further examination on the 18th of October, the witness was asked why he thought the lady had been murdered and dragged into the abyss. He replied, because the lady's maid was left at Spondeling, because the driver was sent back, the finding of the broken parasol, the beating down of the grass, which was a foot high and could only have been caused by a body being dragged through it and by a person moving forward. It also seemed improbable that a person could have fallen down a precipice, and further, all places where there were impediments to dragging a body forward were avoided. He threw several large boulders from the spot from which the lady was supposed to have fallen, but they all of them stopped before reaching the place where the body was found. He, Monsieur de Tourville, was so cool when he returned that the witness believed the injuries the lady had suffered were only of a trifling character. As soon as he heard of the accident, he sent off 2 men to look for the lady, but it was half an hour after before the prisoner asked for a carriage and 4 strong men to fetch his wife. Mr. Schwartz-Sebelin told him he had heard that the lady's maid had told a waiter at the hotel that her master and mistress did not live together in the best of harmony.
He had heard that Tourville on one occasion occupied the same room with the lady's maid. It was the general opinion in the district that Tourville had murdered his wife. The maid, Sarah Clapperson, took supper at the table with witness. Her eyes were quite red, as if from crying. Witness asked her what her opinion of the matter was. The maid replied, "Of course, he killed her." She further said that she had been with Madame de Tourville for 10 years, and that while she, the Madame, was a widow, she had always been happy and satisfied, and had never thought of committing suicide. The deposition of the lady's maid was then read. She said that she entered the service of Madame de Tourville 10 years ago. She was then a widow of a Mr. Miller, by whom she had a son who died in 1869. She gave the assurance that she had had nothing whatever to do with de Tourville, no intimacy with him in any way. After the marriage, they continually travelled, witness going with them. Tourville Peru loses his fight against extradition to Austria, who have been busy with their own investigations while his trial took place in London. The evidence that had been reviewed at his trial in London is brought forward in his trial in Austria. He is found guilty. From the Western Argus, the 14th of June. Count de Tourville, his English bride, a crime of greed. The magistrate granted an extradition warrant, and he was removed to Pentonville. Here he fell into an agony of fearful remorse, sent for a priest, and confessed everything. But the next morning his courage revived, and he sent for the governor. "I did not mean what I told the priest," he whispered fearfully. He was reassured to find that British justice did not take advantage of the confessional. In due course, the trial took place in Austria. The acte d'accusation alleged many fearful crimes against him. It proved that he was the son of an innkeeper of Vienna, and that all his life he had lived by preying upon women. But owing to the difficulty of proving the actual facts connected with the murder of his English wife, although sentenced to death, his doom was commuted to rigorous imprisonment for life. For 12 years he laboured as a slave in the Austrian salt mines.
Case 5. The Wormwood Scrubs murder, when a London policeman became the killer. True crime from 1893. In the summer of 1893, the reputation of the Metropolitan Police was still recovering from one of the greatest investigative failures in its history, the inability to identify the killer known as Jack the Ripper. Public confidence had been shaken, the newspapers were merciless, and within Scotland Yard there was intense pressure to restore the reputation of the force. Against that uneasy backdrop, a discovery was made on a bleak stretch of open ground in West London, near the great prison of Wormwood Scrubs. A woman's body was found lying in the scrubland. Her injuries were horrific. Her skull had been smashed, her jaw shattered, and one eye destroyed by the violence of the attack. At first, the murder appeared to be another grim but anonymous killing on the outskirts of the capital. But within hours, something deeply disturbing began to emerge. Witnesses had seen a policeman struggling with a woman near the prison on the night of the murder, and the officer who had been patrolling that very stretch of ground at the crucial time was Police Constable George Samuel Cook, a man with 5 years of service in the Metropolitan Police, a man described by his superiors as a pleasant and respectable officer. What followed was one of the most shocking scandals the force had faced in the Victorian era: the arrest, confession, and execution of a policeman who had killed a woman on his own beat. In this case, we examine the Wormwood Scrubs murder of 1893, a case that exposed a volatile relationship, a brutal killing in the darkness outside a London prison, and the grim reality that sometimes the man wearing the uniform of the law could become the very criminal he was sworn to stop.
Background. Still smarting from the internationally renowned failure to catch the Ripper who slaughtered women at will on the streets of London, within the police force it was all about reputation and attempting to regain the lost faith of the public and the papers. There had been large overhauls of the police departments. Any possible smear on the reputation of the police as a whole was handled decisively. Wormwood Scrubs. Wormwood Scrubs, often referred to just as the Scrubs, is still a prison located in the Hammersmith and Fulham borough of London. The appellation of Scrubs refers to the small shrub wasteland surrounding the prison itself. It was dark and desolate when it was first built in 1875. The prison itself was built by prisoners. The edifice was completed in 1891. George Samuel Cook. Cook was 27 years old and had been working as a constable for some 5 years. It was said that he had formerly been a fisherman. Cook enjoyed a good reputation and was known to be a pleasant enough chap. Things took a sinister turn some 5 weeks previous to the incident. A complaint had been made against him at the Bow Street Division. The complaint stated that Cook had some of her things and would not give them back. Cook denied the charge. Cook was suspended as the case was investigated. Cook was removed from the Bow Street E Division and moved to the Notting Hill X Division. The beat he was given was the night shift around Wormwood Scrubs. The case seems to have been regarded as one of persistent stalking on the part of the complainant, a relationship that had ended badly. The complainant was a woman whom Cook had had an intimacy with. Maud Smith, alias Cook, alias Croucher, alias Atkins. Maud, 23 years of age, was deemed an unfortunate. She received some support from her brother, who was in the military, and for a time at least, some support from Constable Cook. There was an initial talk that she had worked as a barmaid, but with the investigation, this was proven to be false. The papers slyly inferred that she had worked at times as a prostitute. Maud and Cook had met whilst he was working. He knew her from his rounds when she was leading an immoral life. The two began a relationship and were known to have lived together as man and wife at one of the many addresses that Maud lived at. Cook and Maud's relationship was volatile. Maud complained more than once that Cook beat her, and landlords would describe the volatile loud shouting that often came from their rooms. It would seem that eventually Cook grew tired of her and left her, but Maud would not agree to be left. From the Yorkshire Evening Post, the 7th of June, 1893, a Wormwood Scrubs mystery. Henry Kimberley, while crossing Wormwood Scrubs near the rifle butts this morning, found the dead body of a woman with her head literally smashed in. He summoned the police, and Dr. Jackson, the divisional surgeon, who was also called, expressed the opinion that death had taken place some hours before. The police have no clue to the murderer or to the victim's identity. A murder victim on the outskirts of one of Her Majesty's prison is given all attention. In the late evening it had rained, yet the ground under the woman was dry, thereby giving police a clear window of time of the murder. Interestingly, the policeman who had that beat at the window of time of the murder had not reported any incidents. That constable was George Samuel Cook, a recent addition to the X division, but an outstanding police constable of some 5 years. From the London Evening Standard, the 9th of June, 1893, the Wormwood Scrubs murder. A Metropolitan Police constable was arrested yesterday on the charge of having murdered the woman found on Wednesday morning on Wormwood Scrubs. The dispenser at the prison had informed the local police inspector that while he was crossing the Scrubs late on Tuesday night or early on Wednesday morning, he met a policeman whom he had previously seen on the beat, scuffing with a woman. He was shown the body of the deceased at the mortuary and identified it as that of the woman whom he had seen at the Scrubs. The inspector ordered the constable to be paraded and asked him to account for his time on the night in question. The constable gave unsatisfactory answers and was then called upon to produce his truncheon. He said to have offered some excuse for not doing so, and a search at his residence was thereupon ordered. The truncheon could not be found in the house, but on the garden being dug up in further search, the weapon was found embedded in the earth in such a manner as to suggest that it had been pressed into the ground lengthwise by a foot. The truncheon was smeared with what appeared and believed to be blood. The constable was thereupon placed under arrest. His name is George Samuel Cook. He belongs to the X division and is 27 years of age. The woman was Maud Smith, alias Cook, alias Croucher. The prisoner, when apprehended, protested his innocence of the crime. A prominent police official has made the following statement to the representative of a news agency. We have ascertained that the deceased woman was formerly a barmaid and that she has a mother now residing somewhere in the neighbourhood of Holloway, although at present I am unacquainted with her exact address. The deceased appears to have abandoned her regular occupation about 2 years ago. While she frequented the neighbourhood of the Strand, Police Constable Cook made her acquaintance. He was then a member of the E Division. He will be brought up on Friday at the West London Police Court and probably remanded, and it is possible the inquest may be opened later that day. The testimony to be adduced is of a very sensational character. Dr. Jackson has made a post-mortem examination of the body of the deceased, and it has been identified by several persons as the body of a woman who was known to visit Cook. The skull had been reduced to a frightful condition. It had been smashed in, and the jaw has been fractured. There are no marks of violence except upon the face and the head, and at the spot where she was discovered there were no signs of a struggle. The woman was attacked early in the evening before the rain fell. After we have given an outline of the case, we shall ask the magistrate for a remand. That is as far as we can expect to go. Cook bore a good character while a member of E Division, and he has been in the Metropolitan Police about 5 years, and was, I believe, formerly a fisherman, but I know nothing more of his antecedents. Last evening it was reported that Cook's uniform had been found in the garden of the house adjoining that in which he had been living. They were very much saturated with blood, and were at once taken to Latimer Road Police Station. Constable Cook is remanded. An inquest takes place which Cook attends, where the evidence so far gathered within some 48 hours is presented. From the London Evening Standard, the 10th of June 1893, the Wormwood Scrubs murder. At the West London Police Court yesterday, Police Constable George Samuel Cook, 385 of X Division, 27 years of age, whose address was given as 39 Silchester Road, Notting Hill, was charged with the murder of Maud Smith by kicking her on the head or striking her with some blunt instrument between the hours of 10 p.m. on the 6th instant and at 5:45 a.m. on the 7th at Wormwood Scrubs. Harry William Kimberley of 44 Addison Road North, Notting Hill, said he was a night shepherd, and on Tuesday night he was engaged in watching sheep on Wormwood Scrubs. At 5:45 in the morning he was going along a path of the Scrubs when he saw the body of a woman lying about 100 yards from the path leading to Scrubs Lane, about half a mile from the latter. He was about 100 yards off when he first saw the woman. He did not know what it was until he came up to it. He could see distinctly that it was the body of a woman when he got close to it. The woman was fully dressed. On one side of the face was literally covered with blood. I could not see one side, it was so smashed. I could see one eye. I believe it was the left, smashed in. The head was lying immediately towards the range of the butts. Her dress was hardly disarranged. The bodice across the breast was split as if it had been cut. The medical testimony brought forward tells a devastating tale of extreme violence, almost frenzied, against the woman with her head smashed in on one side. Mr. R.A. Jackson, the police divisional surgeon of Portland Road, said he was called to Wormwood Scrubs and found the deceased in the condition described by the last witness. There was blood on the face and forehead. Her head was lying in a clot of blood. He made an examination at the time, and there were 2 fractures of the skull. The right eyeball was smashed, and there were 2 fractures on the lower jaw. Both hands were clenched, and there was blood on the right hand. The injuries might have been done by kicks or a heavy stick or a blunt instrument. The post-mortem. The body was removed to the Hammersmith mortuary for a post-mortem examination yesterday, which confirmed the initial review. In addition, a laceration of the brain was found. There was extensive hemorrhaging of the brain, and the fractured skull was the cause of death. Continuing, he states, I examined some police uniform, boot yesterday, and trousers, shirt, tunic, and helmet, everything. They were shown to me by Inspector Gillam at Notting Hill Station. I found some stains on the inside of the left boot and the left leg of trousers, between the foot and the knee. Time of death was probably 4 or 5 hours before I saw the body. Cook's supervisor testifies as to the character of Constable Cook. Cook enjoyed a good reputation within the division and is well liked. He had only recently been working at the division. Normally, the Wormwood Scrubs round would have had a second constable with him. He, however, had been delayed at the station writing up a report. As would be usual with the discovery of the body at his shift, Constable Cook was brought in for questioning to ascertain what he knew of the matter. His answers were deemed unsatisfactory. The night of the murder. On that night, the other constable, Kemp, was kept at the station to make a report. On Thursday morning, Inspector Morgan showed the prisoner a number of statements he had taken from various persons, and said there were some very suspicious circumstances concerning his conduct in connection with the murder, and he was going to ask him for an explanation. Inspector Morgan asked him for an explanation, and he was going to take it down in writing. Witness said, I find on the night of Tuesday you were on duty around the prison alone between 10 and 11:30. He replied, yes, it was so. Witness said, Mrs. Robinson, your landlady, and several constables have been to the mortuary and identified the body of the woman found dead on the Scrubs as that of a woman who visited you at your lodgings, passing in the name of Maud. Who is the person? He replied, I've known her 2.5 years. I first met her in the Strand. The last address I knew her at was 39 St. Gabriel Street, Lambeth, and before that at 10 Tennyson Street. The last time I saw her or spoke to her was on Saturday evening when I met her with a soldier named Atkins. I don't know his address or the regiment he belonged to. I last heard from her on Tuesday, asking me what time and place I could meet her on Tuesday evening, and that she would come to the Scrubs station, but I didn't see her that night. I burned the letter. With the acknowledgement that he knew Maud and had been intimate with Maud, and that he had been contacted on the night of her death by her, requesting to meet with him, things are looking bleak for Cook. Additionally, Maud had apparently gone into the police station requesting information about Constable Cook on the very night that she was murdered. Maud had asked where Cook was and what his round was. Maud was given this information and was seen to leave the station in the direction of Constable Cook's beat. Constable Cook's residence is investigated damningly. He was seen burying a truncheon and a police whistle in the back garden, and a police uniform found at his residence appears to be splattered with what looks like blood. Inspector Morgan, Cook's superior officer, testifies. Witness further told him that a gentleman connected with the prison had reported that he saw and heard a constable and a young woman having an altercation at about 11:15 at the corner of the prison. He also told him that he was the only constable there and asked him if he could give any explanation concerning the young woman. Cook said, I neither saw nor spoke to any woman all night. Witness then showed him a truncheon and a whistle and said, you were seen to bury these in the back garden early yesterday morning. Cook said, yes. I was afraid the inspector was coming to the lodgings and would see them. I bought them off a constable in the A division 3 years ago for 6pence. I also showed him the bloodstains on the trousers and the boots. I asked Constable Cook, do you know from your own knowledge to whom they belonged? No, only from what I was told. I said, they are what you wore on Tuesday night. He replied, yes. Constable Cook said, I have not worn the boots since Wednesday morning, but the trousers I have worn every night. I can't account for the stains except that I cut my thumb on Monday night whilst cutting some tobacco. He showed me a slight cut. After that, witness reported the facts to the Commissioner of Police, and at 6 o'clock on Thursday evening, he charged Cook with wilfully causing the death of the woman by kicking her on the head or striking her with some blunt instrument. He made no reply. Confession. Cook breaks within a day and confesses. The news makes all the headlines although it looks very bad for the police to have a constable murdering on his beat. But there is a relief that the case has been resolved so quickly. From the London Evening Standard, the 10th of June 1893, the Wormwood Scrubs murder, confession of the prisoner. The Central News says the prisoner Cook has given a full account of his relations with the woman Smith, which had been signed and duly attested. He says he had known her intimately for several years. He first made her acquaintance when she was leading an immoral life, but he was in no way responsible for her downfall. He treated her with great kindness and generosity, and frequently gave her money towards her support. Some time ago, Cook desired to close his acquaintance with her, but she would not hear of such a thing, and threatened to get him into trouble with his superior officers, threats which, to some extent it is believed, she carried out. The desire to break off their relations became much stronger when, after his transfer from the Bow Street district to the X division, Cook made the acquaintance of a servant girl of a respectable family to whom he offered marriage and by whom he was accepted. According to Cook's statement, Smith heard of his engagement and again threatened him. On Tuesday evening, the woman, Maud Smith, went to Wormwood Scrubs, and she soon found Cook and began to abuse him. He begged her to go away and leave him in peace to attend to his duties, but she refused and continued to follow him about in an exasperating manner. Finally, Cook says he lost his temper and he struck the woman. This did not stop her. She taunted him and followed him about with great persistency. Then Cook states he became maddened and, drawing his truncheon, struck her with it over and over again. He hardly knew what he was doing. He was in a mad and furious state, and it was not until some time afterwards that he recovered in some degree his composure, and realizing the enormity of the crime which he had committed. It was very late at night when the terrible deed was done, and he walked about in a half-dazed condition. When he was relieved at about 6 o'clock in the morning, he went to his lodgings, changed his clothes, and pondered over the occurrence of the night and the disgrace which it would bring on the force. On the Wednesday, he buried his truncheon in the garden, but with scarcely any hope of hiding the evidence of the crime, he decided soon after his arrest to make a confession, and this intention he carried out shortly after he had been remanded yesterday. Within the inquest and the evidence in Cook's confession, the jury found a verdict of wilful murder against Constable Cook. However, several of the jury wished to return a verdict of manslaughter, finding that Constable Cook had been under great provocation. The coroner, in reply, stated that the murder had been an exceedingly brutal one, and he could not accept a verdict of manslaughter. The jury retired again, and after 10 minutes came back with the charge of wilful murder. The case will go to court. Within the court, the evidence already brought forward is recounted at the trial. Additional evidence is given stating how the pattern of the boot that had been worn by Constable Cook had exactly matched the pattern that was found on Maud's neck, clearly showing that in addition to the violent beating of her head, he had also applied force to her neck with his boot. More evidence is brought forward of the loud fights that were often heard between them. Also, that Constable Cook had recently become engaged to a young woman who worked as a maid. Maud, upon hearing of his engagement, had increased her frequency in following him. From the London Evening Standard, the 7th of July, 1893, the Wormwood Scrubs murder, trial at the Old Bailey. Whilst there, they were very quarrelsome, and several times the woman complained to her of the prisoner having beaten her. A soldier whom the deceased said was her brother used to call on her. Inspector George Wood of the E Division said the prisoner was formerly attached to the Bow Street police station, and as far as the authorities knew, he was a single man. On the 28th of April last, a woman giving the name of Maud Smith, alias Cook, came to him at the police station, and in consequence of what she said, he sent for the prisoner, in whose presence she made a statement which the witness wrote down. She signed it, and the witness countersigned it. The statement which was put in was to the effect that he, the prisoner, had been to her apartments and had taken away her keys and letters, that she had seen him the next day whilst he was on duty in the Strand, and asked him to return her things, but he had refused and had seized her by the throat and violently shook her. The witness said that in consequence of this matter, which was referred to the Commissioners of Police, the prisoner was suspended, but subsequently he was reinstated and transferred to the X Division in order that he might be away from the woman. The deceased had been charged as a disorderly prostitute. She knew that such a complaint as she had made might result in the man being dismissed from the force. The prisoner was a good officer. Despite the evidence produced, which is aimed to show the great provocation Cook was under, he is found guilty. Cook remains unmoved. There are some hopes that Cook, with his previous good character and public service, as well as what would deemed to be great provocation, would have his sentence commuted. It was not to be. From the Nottingham Journal, the 10th of July, 1893, the Wormwood Scrubs tragedy, verdict and sentence. At the Old Bailey on Saturday, before Mr. Justice Hawkins, the trial of Police Constable Cook of the Wormwood Scrubs murder was resumed. Inspector Hatcher produced a statement alleged to have been made by the prisoner to the effect that he had killed the woman Smith by striking her on the head with his truncheon and then placing his foot upon her neck. No witness was called for the defence, and Mr. Matthews, who prosecuted on behalf of the Crown, proceeded to address the jury. Justice Hawkins, in summing up, observed there could be no shadow of doubt that prisoner was the person who had caused the injuries which resulted in the death of the woman, and the only question for the jury to decide was whether the injuries were inflicted under such conditions that they could be justified in reducing the crime from murder to one of manslaughter. The law presumed malice for the killing unless the malice was disproved. If the prisoner used the truncheon intended to harm the deceased, he was prima facie guilty of murder. There was no evidence whatever to suggest that the deceased had used violence towards him. The prisoner himself never alleged that she did. Mere annoyance could not justify the jury in reducing the crime from murder to manslaughter. The jury, after an absence of about 10 minutes, found the prisoner guilty, but strongly recommended him to mercy on account of the provocation he had received. The prisoner heard the verdict unmoved, although his face appeared slightly flushed. In reply to the clerk of the arraigns, he answered sharply that he had nothing to say why sentence of death should not be passed. The prisoner was sentenced to death. There is no commutation. George Samuel Cook, 27 years of age, was hung on the 25th of July, 1893 within the walls of Newgate Prison. Further particulars. In our research, we come across all types of stories that fall under the auspices of "you couldn't make it up," or sometimes, like this story, an incident of absolute pure horror. The charge of frightening her daughter in no way covers the actual full gore of the event. From the Northern Whig, the 16th of October, 1888. Many terrible revelations are made in the London police courts. Stories of shocking wretchedness and depravity are by no means rare in these major temples of justice. A case has just been adjudicated on in the Westminster Police Court, which, in certain respects, stands unparalleled for revolting hideousness. Louisa Eldridge, aged 30 years, described as a dissipated-looking woman, was charged with frightening her daughter. This was a very mild way of styling the offence the woman had committed. The frightening consisted of compelling the poor child to occupy the bed on which the corpse of her father lay. A police constable on the previous night was called into the house in which the parties resided. Here he found a little girl about 10 years of age, crying bitterly and in a state of genuine hysteria. He questioned the child as to the cause of her agitation. When she had so far recovered self-possession as to be able to speak, she stated that her mother, who was drunk, had forced her into the bed in which the dead body of her father was lying. The woman, moreover, said that she should remain there all night. The landlady of the house gave a piteous account of the poor man's last moments. He had been ill for a fortnight. His wife was drunk for nearly the whole of that time. She shamefully neglected him. When the final moment came, she, who had sworn to be the partner of his joys and sorrows, left him to die alone in the squalid apartment. The unfortunate and forsaken man, in his struggles to breathe, sprang out of bed only to fall back exhausted. When his model wife returned, he was dead. On the night that the constable was called in, she, the mother, had stated above, dragged her little daughter into the room where the corpse was lying and insisted that the child should sleep beside the dead body of her father. To show the utter callousness of the accused, it was mentioned that the draughts of alcohol that the parish doctor used to send to the dying man were seized on and drunk by his wife. The magistrate truly described her. He said that she was a cruel, good-for-nothing wife and a most unnatural mother. In indignant tones, he told her that she was a disgrace to humanity. He inflicted the highest possible punishment on her that the law allowed him to order, namely, a month's hard labour. The proceedings in the police court will, in all probability, be conductive of good. They will direct, it is to be presumed, the attention of some of the philanthropic bodies in London, whose mission it is to look after juvenile waifs and strays, to the case of the poor little girl Eldridge. At all events, it is earnestly to be wished for that she may not again be placed under the control of her unnatural mother. We managed to follow up the story. The girl, whose life sounded to have been one of misery, is placed in care. From the Cheltenham Chronicle, the 3rd of November, 1888. We are glad to learn that the child Eldridge has been sent to one of the Church of England homes for waifs and strays. whence the mother, when she leaves prison, will not be able to remove her without an order from the Home Secretary.
Case 6. The Gussage St. Michael Murder, a village affair and a hidden grave. True crime from 1913. In 1913, the tiny Dorset village of Gussage St. Michael was a place where very little ever happened. With a population of barely 160 people, it was a close-knit rural community where everyone knew everyone else and where reputations mattered greatly. At the centre of village life was the local post office and school, both run by the highly respectable Mrs. Lillian Burton, living with her husband, William Burton, a young farm worker employed at the nearby Manor Farm. But Burton had a reputation in a community still shaped by the strict moral expectations of the Victorian era. He was known as a ladies' man, and his flirtations had already caused more than one uncomfortable confrontation within the village. Then a new cook arrived at Manor Farm. Her name was Winifred Mitchell. She was 24 years old, strong-willed, independent, and fond of cycling the country around the village. Before long, Burton's attentions turned towards her. Letters were written, gifts were exchanged, and promises were made, including the promise of a new life together in Canada. But when Winifred later believed she was pregnant, Burton realized that the secret affair he had so carelessly begun could destroy everything: his marriage, his livelihood, and his standing in the small community. And it would take an extraordinary discovery, a few broken false teeth lying in the woods, to reveal one of the darkest crimes ever to disturb this quiet Dorset village. In this case, we examine the Dorset Wood murder of 1913, the tragic story of Winifred Mitchell, the man who betrayed her, and the small village that woke up one morning to find that a murderer had been living quietly in their midst.
Background. The small, isolated community of Gussage St. Michael, with its population of 160, seemed in some ways out of touch with the vast changes in society taking place in the larger city. Very much morally conservative, harking back to the strict morality rules under the late Queen Victoria, everyone knew what everyone else was doing. There were no secrets, or were there? The village, although small, had a post office and a local school. Both were run by Mrs. Lillian Burton, a highly respectable older lady. The postal position also came with accommodation, which she shared with her 12 years younger husband, William Burton. The village had a large farm called the Manor Farm that was owned by the local squire, George Good. Within the large farm area, William Burton, aged 29 and husband of Lillian, the postmistress and the schoolteacher, worked as a rabbit catcher, groom, gardener and odd jobs man. Burton had a reputation as a ladies' man and had already had more than one run-in with various fathers and husbands within the community due to the attentions he enjoyed paying to any woman other than his wife. Also new to the staff at Manor Farm was 24-year-old Winifred Mitchell in the position of cook. Strong-minded and living with her parents some 1.5 miles away, Winnie, as she was known as, went everywhere on her bicycle. Burton's attention was immediately drawn to Winnie, and that the two were distantly related and Winnie was very good friends with his wife did not stop his incessant attentions to her. Letters were written, gifts were given, and promises made, specifically a promise of a new and exciting life together as a couple in Canada. For months of constant attentions from Burton, and Winnie conceded
the two became intimate. The intimate relationship was a secret except to Winnie's best friend, who worked as the parlour maid within the house. Her name was Winifred Bailey. Winifred Bailey often helped to cover for both her best friend Winnie and Burton as they attempted to find time and space for more intimate relations. As for the location of their trysts, in Burton's capacity as gamekeeper, he knew the perfect isolated spot on the large estate, referred to as the plantation. It was supposed to be off limits to anyone other than his master, Squire Good, or employees of the squire's household. Here, Burton and Winnie would often meet. Winnie glowed with the promise that they would one day escape together to Canada as husband and wife. Whilst most likely, given Burton's history, Winnie was the current temporary fling in a village of few options. In March 1913, Winifred believed that she was pregnant. She excitedly shared the news with Burton, who was most unhappy. The situation was dire for Burton. He did not have the funds to maintain two households, so he could not set Winifred and child up separately. If his wife found out, she could possibly throw him out and he would be homeless, as the post office accommodation was under her auspices. Also, his income would be more than halved. His wife brought in income not only as the postmistress, but also as the local schoolteacher. Lastly, Victorian morality was still alive and well in the small community. Having flirtations with girls was one thing, but having a mother and a child abandoned was another. It is possible the small village would turn against him, with a real possibility of his losing his job with Squire Good. The potential prospect of life in a workhouse loomed, and all because of Winnie's pregnancy. Burton came up with a plan. Burton began by enthusing to Winifred that they leave the village and move either to London, where her brother lived, or to Canada, as they had discussed before. In this way, no one would make any comments about the new baby. He suggested to Winifred that they would go together. He urged her to get herself ready and tell her family that she was going to go to London to take up a job there, and he urged her to make no mention of Canada. In the meantime, Burton was busy himself. In the isolated corner where they had so many trysts, he began to dig a large hole 2 feet deep by 7 feet long. Winifred was ecstatic. It was her dream coming true. The elopement departure date was set for the 29th of March. She would cycle to their isolated tryst location, where Burton would be waiting for her. Then, he stated, a motorist friend would collect them and whisk them away. The 29th came and saw rain all day. Winifred could not bring herself to make the trek on her bicycle in the constant rain, so she did not arrive. Winifred apologizes profusely and states that she was still eager to elope with him. Burton stated that he had to consult with his friend, the driver, before he could set a new date. 2 days later, Burton engaged with a young boy in the village, Leonard Mitchum. Although Leonard was too young to own a firearms license, his father did have a shotgun. Burton asked to borrow the gun from him, stating that he wanted to kill cats. The pair practiced with the gun, and then, giving some extra cartridges by the young lad, he went on his way with the aim, he stated, of killing the cat. Later that same afternoon, as agreed between the two, Winnie bicycled to their special tryst location, happily thinking
of the coming move to Canada and their domestic life together. Winnie had already packed one box for the expected impending trip. Her sister would take it to Gussage Manor for her to collect later. Arriving at the tryst, Burton asked her to walk in front of him in an even further secluded location he had found. As she went, walking before him, Burton collected the shotgun he had hidden in the undergrowth, took aim, and fired at Winifred, shooting her in the back of her head. Winifred lurched forward from the impact from the blow and hit the ground. She was quite dead. Burton dragged her body to the pre-dug grave he had made for her and covered her body. He then went to Leonard Mitchum's house and gave back the borrowed shotgun, stating that the cat would no longer be bothering him. That evening he went back to the manor house with the local man, Fred Boyt. To Fred, Burton had let slip that he and Winifred were planning to run away together to Canada. His hope was that Boyt would repeat the Canada misinformation, thereby sending any police down the wrong trail. Burton told Boyt that Winifred had left by herself to London. He had come to collect her bicycle. Then, under cover of darkness, he pushed Winifred's bicycle to her parents' house, leaving it resting against a tree in their garden. The next morning, Winifred's mother discovered Winifred's bicycle, wondering why she had not come in. However, Winifred was known for her independent spirit, so she was not unduly alarmed. Her mother knew of Winifred's plan to leave Dorset and travel to London. It would have been odd, however, for her not to say goodbye to her family. The next day, with no word from her daughter, she began to become a little more concerned. She was also visited by Bill Burton, inquiring after Winifred. Mrs. Mitchell stated that Winifred had not come home the previous night and thought she would contact the police. Bill Burton agreed with her. Mrs. Mitchell waited 3 days before contacting the police with concerns of her daughter, although she admitted that she may be in London. Throughout the whole of April of 1913, the vanishing of Winifred was the gossip of the village. Amongst those speculating as to where she could be was Will Burton, who, with each passing day, was feeling more and more secure in his untraceable crimes. And then his plan began to go awry. In the last weekend of April, the rector walked into the police station with the following story. The local dairyman had been walking in an isolated area when he discovered a pair of false teeth. He pocketed the interesting artifact and placed them on his mantelpiece. It was common knowledge that Squire Good had given Winifred a pair of false dentures when she worked for him. It was known that Winifred never went anywhere without them. With the strange disappearance of Winifred, perhaps the dentures were hers. And if so, why were they in an isolated portion of the woods? From the Daily Mirror, the 5th of May, 1913, girl shot and buried in a wood. Young postmaster arrested in grim village mystery, Wimborne. One of those grim and mysterious tragedies that from time to time awaken peaceful English villages into unwelcome notoriety has just been revealed in one of the prettiest districts of Dorset. The accidental finding of 3 false teeth had led to the gruesome discovery of the body of Winifred Mitchell, a young girl who, missing for a month, was believed to have gone to Canada. She was found fully dressed and with her hat pinned on, buried some 18 inches below the ground in a wood near the village of Gussage St. Michael.
There were gunshot wounds on her head and neck, and as the result of inquiries made by the police, a young married man named William Walter Burton, a worker on the same farm as Winifred Mitchell, had been arrested on suspicion. Yesterday, he was remanded at Wimborne Police Court on the charge of murder. The inquest on the body will be opened on Tuesday. How teeth were found. Mr. George Gillingham, Mr. Good's dairyman, the man who found the false teeth, said he was taking a shortcut to the village through Slovell Plantation, the wood in which the body was found. He noticed 3 teeth, evidently broken off from a top set, lying on the ground inside the wood, not many yards from where the body was discovered on Friday. He took them home and forgot about them until reminded by a conversation with the vicar's wife, who advised him to give them to the police. This he did, handing them to Sergeant Stockley, who took them to Winnie's mother for identification. The body, lying face downwards, was discovered by Sergeant Stockley and a constable. The shot wound was clearly visible, entering at the back of the head between the right ear and the chin. Winnie's bicycle was found in her mother's front garden, leaning against an apple tree. Burton's wife was particularly fond of Winnie Mitchell, and they all 3, with the Burton's little boy, went for a walk on the evening before the disappearance, and were in the best and jolliest of spirits. The once sleepy little village is all agog with the news of a murder in the village, and the suspect was the husband of the village schoolteacher and postmistress. Bringing in police from the largest nearby town of Wimborne, the village is swarmed by detectives collecting evidence. From the Daily Mirror, the 16th of May, 1913. Mystery of a girl's grave in a wood. Sensational evidence was given at Wimborne yesterday when the mystery of the death of Winifred Mitchell, a pretty 24-year-old country girl, was investigated at the local police court. Her body was found on May the 3rd, buried in a shallow grave in a wood near the little village of Gussage St. Michael, where she had lived. She had been missing since March the 31st. The discovery was made as a result of the finding of some false teeth a few yards away. The girl had been employed as a cook at the manor farm, and William W. Burton, a fellow servant, is accused of murdering her. It is alleged that although Burton was a married man and the 2 had been on intimate terms, the suggestion of the prosecution is that Burton induced the girl to meet him on the alleged pretext that he would get away with her from the village in a friend's motor car. He borrowed a gun from a lad on the day when Mitchell disappeared. Burton is 29 years old and a rabbit trapper by occupation. With folded arms resting upon the front of the dock, he listened to Mr. Sims for the Treasury and several times spoke to his advocate. He appeared to be nervous and frequently tapped the edge of the dock with his fingers. A cat strolled into the court and went close to the dock, where the prisoner stroked the animal. Case of the Crown. Mr. Sims, on behalf of the Crown, began by explaining that the prisoner was married to a woman some years senior to himself. She occupied the position of village postmistress and was also an assistant at the village school. Soon after, Winifred Mitchell entered the employment of Mr. Good at the manor farm last October. She developed a liking for the prisoner, and a very warm friendship sprang up between them and developed into intimacy. Letters frequently were passed, and they were seen about very often together, and presents were exchanged. For a man
Only earning 14 or 15 shillings a week, these presents were of a costly character. He bought her a quantity of clothing and in March gave her a rolled gold bangle on her birthday. About the middle of March, the girl was indisposed, and there was talk about her going away from the farmhouse. Apparently, an arrangement was made between the girl and the prisoner that they should go together in a motor car which would be waiting for them at the crossroads on March the 29th. It came on to rain that afternoon and the girl refused to go out. That same evening, Mitchell was seen walking with Burton and his wife. Counsel suggested that Burton took the opportunity of making an appointment for the fateful day. On the following day, she rode on her bicycle to her mother's house at Manswood, and she had some conversation with her mother, and it was arranged that her sister should go over to the farm on the following day. Borrowed gun. The next day, March the 31st, the prisoner was at work trapping rabbits in a place called the Drove. During the course of the morning, he asked a boy named Leonard Mitchum to lend him his father's gun, saying that he wanted to shoot a black cat up on the hills. The boy handed over the gun with 3 cartridges and expressed his wish to go with the prisoner. The prisoner assented, and together they went up the hill. Afterwards, Burton shot a thrush, and the boy fired at a pigeon. The former then sent the boy back to the village for 2 more cartridges. Having obtained these, the prisoner disappeared. Counsel suggested that he went somewhere to hide the gun. On the same afternoon, the girl Mitchell obtained leave to go out. She dressed herself carefully in her best clothes. Telling her fellow servant that Will told me to do so, she got on her bicycle and rode away. About the same time, the prisoner William Burton was seen to be waiting for somebody on the hill. The girl met him and they walked together along the bridle path in the direction of the Soval plantation. That was at about 10 minutes past 3, said counsel, and the girl then disappeared forever. No person saw the girl again alive after that, except the prisoner, and at 4 o'clock he was again at work in the grove, about half a mile from his cottage. On being told that the cook had not returned, he affected surprise. Between 7 and 7:30, Winifred Mitchell's little brother and sister called at the farm for the bicycle, and Burton said that perhaps Winifred was at his wife's house. When they returned home at 10 o'clock, they were astonished to find the bicycle leaning against a tree in their mother's garden. The suggestion of the prosecution was that Burton placed it there sometime after 8:30. Close to the bicycle was a footprint. It was the print of a man's hobnail boot, such as Burton wore. The girl's disappearance excited discussion, and Burton advanced several suggestions. First, he said that she had gone to London, and then that she had gone to Canada, then that her mother had heard from her and that she would be back in 6 months. Counsel recalled the fact that the 2 boys, while picking primroses on the day preceding the murder, found a grave ready dug in the wood. The grave was 6 or 7 feet long and 2.5 feet wide and about 18 inches deep. On the same day, a man named Gillingham picked up 3 false teeth known to have belonged to the girl. The police made a systematic search of the wood. When Burton heard that the wood was being searched, said counsel, he went to the boy, Leonard Mitchum, and said, "If anyone asks you where we went with the gun that day, tell them we went up to the top of your field and had a shot, and I gave you the gun and you brought it straight down indoors. Don't say I had it all the afternoon." A mark on a tree near the spot where the teeth lay suggested that the girl was shot about 8 feet from the grave. Cat still alive. The result of the search of the police was that on May the 2nd, a constable prodded some loose soil with his stick and brought to light some human hair. The soil was removed and the body of the girl was found lying face downwards, her hands by her sides and her clothes neatly tucked down. Her hat and veil were pinned on and she was still wearing her gloves. When Burton was arrested, he said, "Is she found?" And the police sergeant replied, "Yes." An important point was that the black cat is still alive. The teeth were found about 80 feet away. The body was terribly injured. It would seem clear that the girl met with her death just where the teeth were found. Her body was afterwards carried or dragged to the grave. Evidence was then given by Mrs. Mitchell, a grey-haired old woman, the mother of the girl, and she bore out counsel as to her statements which Burton had circulated after her daughter's disappearance. Winifred Bailey, a parlour-maid, also employed by Mr. Good, said that on the night of March the 31st, she saw the accused, Burton, at about 5 o'clock and asked him where Winifred was. He said he had seen her on the bridle path. My dying oath. On a later occasion, when the girl's disappearance was discussed, he, the prisoner Burton, said, "I will take my dying oath that I have not done anything to her." He also said, "If the police find her in the plantation, she has been killed away and brought there for someone else to have the blame." Leonard Mitcham spoke to letting the accused have his father's gun on March the 31st, after the discovery of the false teeth in the plantation. The accused came to him and told him that if anybody spoke to him about shooting on March the 31st, he was to say that the accused gave him back the gun at 2:30 that afternoon. When Burton returned the gun, witness asked, "Have you shot the cat?" And the accused said, "Yes." On the last occasion when the accused gave him that warning, he was rather shaky and white. Further witnesses were called to prove that the accused and Mitchell were seen together on the afternoon of March the 31st. The accused, who had closely watched the proceedings, was again remanded. Burton continues to insist that his relationship with Winnie was purely platonic. However, scraps of letters sent by Burton are found in her room. Some of them are read out at the inquest. From the Daily Mirror, the 22nd of May, 1913. Love letters in village tragedy. Trapper committed. Police evidence that accused man said they had exchanged presents. William Walter Burton, a young married trapper, postmaster of the village, who, it is alleged, lured the girl to the wood and shot her with a gun he had borrowed. He was yesterday committed for trial, pleading not guilty and reserving his defence. 2 remarkable letters found on the girl's body and said to be in the handwriting of Burton were then read by counsel for the prosecution. They were unsigned and undated, he said, but were in the handwriting of the accused. "I love you with all my heart," one letter read. "Dear Win, I'm writing a few lines to you as I may not get the chance. I have been thinking over about last night and have come to the conclusion that you would rather be upset like you was last night than you would do what I asked when you knew it was quite safe all the time. I love you with all my heart. I fear you don't love me the same. If you don't love me enough
for one thing, you don't another. I feel quite broken-hearted, but still I can't go on like this. Every time I speak to you, you are cross and refuse me. Then you are upset. Goodbye, dear Win. I will try and bear up. I hope, please God, you will do the same. You will find someone else as good as me. Don't blame me. I shall never come in again. The other letter read, Dear Win, thank you very much for the beautiful present you gave me. I shall value it as long as I live. No powers on earth would ever take it from me. I love it as I still love you. As the inquest continues, more witnesses are brought forward. Evidence is brought forward of the young boy who had spotted the pit that looked like a grave the day before Winnie's disappearance, and the same filled in a few days later. From the Daily Mirror, the 22nd of May, 1913, Henry Palmer, a bright-looking lad who said he worked about the farm, told how, on the Sunday before the girl disappeared, he was in the wood looking for primroses when he came across a hole about 2 feet deep and about 5 or 6 feet long. Evidence of the subsequent discovery of the girl's body in the trench and of the arrest of Burton was given by Sergeant Stockley. The medical evidence is brought forward confirming that Winnie had been shot to the back of the head from a distance of no more than 3 or 4 feet away. More evidence is brought forward by the maid who testified as to their relationship and the oath that she was placed under by Winnie to keep their relationship secret. She goes on to state that Winnie had excitedly shared the news of her impending elopement to Canada with Burton, and that on that day of Winnie's disappearance, Winnie had dressed herself in her very finest because Will Burton had told her to do so as she left the manor for her appointment with him. With the completion of the evidence in the inquest, it takes the jury 20 minutes to find the defendant guilty of the willful murder of Winifred Burton. Burton will go to trial. The trial. Murders were rare in rural Dorset, and the trial was a sensation. For the first time ever, attendance to the court was by previous ticket only. This included the press, who were only allowed in if they had a reserved seat. Almost everyone who could get in was there, with one exception. Lillian Burton refused to attend the trial of her husband. The trial was presided over by Mr. Justice Ridley. The defence legal fees were paid by the Poor Prisoners Defence Fund, similar to legal aid. Burton had done his best, wearing a new suit and looking cleaned and brushed. He pleaded not guilty in a low and wavering voice. The evidence. In addition to best friend Winnie and her confirmation of the torrid relationship between Burton and Winifred, additional witnesses included Leonard Mitchum, whose shotgun Burton had borrowed the day before Winifred's disappearance had been noticed. Fred Boyd, the local Burton had spoken to about Canada and who had been present when Burton had collected Winifred's bicycle and surreptitiously deposited it in the yard of Winifred's parents. The motive. The alleged motive was obvious. The financial burden and shame of an illegitimate child, the child Winnie claimed to be expecting and that Burton had believed was on the way. However, the post-mortem revealed that Winifred had not been pregnant. Had Winifred stated that she was pregnant to motivate Burton to emigrate with her? Or was this a mistaken belief by Winifred? In either case, Burton had murdered her under a mistaken understanding. The defence.
Burton took the stand, possibly believing that his easy charm could sway the jury. He admitted that he had borrowed the shotgun from Leonard, but stated that he had only shot birds with it. He denied vehemently that he had had an affair with Winifred. He described his surprise at seeing her bicycle unattended. Burton then introduced a third person who could be her killer, a relationship that Winifred had supposedly had with a mysterious man from Poole. When asked why he had not brought this up before, he stated because Winifred had asked him not to tell anyone. The jury and the audience remained sceptical. The closing of the defence argues that Burton had no reason to murder Winifred, as he was on affectionate terms with her. He also described how it would have been impossible for him to continue to go about his business as usual if he had committed such a horrific crime. From the Daily Mirror, the 5th of June 1913, death sentence for Wood murder. Married trapper found guilty of shooting girl cook. Dramatic denials. Guilty of murder. This was the verdict of the jury at Dorchester Assizes yesterday, when the trial ended, of William Walter Burton, the married rabbit trapper accused of shooting Winifred Mary Mitchell, the young cook, whose body was found buried in a wood at Gussars St. Michael. In tense stillness, the foreman of the jury delivered their verdict after an absence of only 20 minutes. The prisoner, who had glanced anxiously toward the foreman, heard the verdict unmoved, and the assistance of warders on each side of him was not required. Mr. Justice Ridley then pronounced sentence of death, remarking that it was a cruel, deliberate murder, and that there could be no hope of forgiveness for the prisoner from mankind. Burton was then removed to the cells. Earlier in the day, Burton, with sunken eyes and careworn look, went into the witness box and took the oath amidst profound silence. A chap from Poole. In reply to his counsel, Mr. Trapnell, he related his movements on the fatal day. He admitted having borrowed the gun from the boy Mitchum, but declared that he only shot at birds. He saw the girl on the day she disappeared, but for a few minutes, and she rode off on her bicycle. Cross-examined by Mr. Foote, prisoner swore that he had not misbehaved himself with the girl. When he saw the girl on the day she disappeared, she told him she was going to meet a chap from Poole with whom she used to keep company. The jury, judge, and spectators all remain unconvinced of this new intelligence regarding a mystery man from Poole. The judge's condemnation is acerbic. The judge remarked he had told a tissue of lies. At the close of his ordeal in the witness box, which lasted about an hour, prisoner walked steadily, but with heavy tread, back to the dock and resumed his seat. In his cell, whilst waiting for his execution, Burton confessed. Burton was scheduled to be executed on the 24th of June 1913 at Dorchester Prison by the executioner Pierpont, and then the small hamlet returned to its previous sleepy state. The execution took place quietly, and Burton stated that he was sure he had been forgiven with the confession that he had made. Case 7. The Crowborough Farm Murder. The Head in the Biscuit Tin. True crime from 1925. In the early 1920s, the quiet Sussex town of Crowborough seemed an unlikely setting for a crime that would soon capture headlines across Britain. At the centre of the story was a young man named Norman Thorne. He was 26 years old, personable and ambitious. With help from his father, He had recently purchased a small piece of land where he hoped to build a future as a poultry farmer. His home was simple, little more than a wooden hut beside a chicken run, but to Thorne it represented independence and the promise of a new life. Not far away in London lived Elsie Cameron, a typist who had been Thorne's sweetheart for several years. The two had met at a chapel in Kensal Rise and soon became engaged, but their relationship was far from peaceful. Elsie was described by those who knew her as highly emotional and fragile, prone to nervous distress and dramatic threats of self-harm. And by 1924, Thorne's feelings for her had begun to cool. There was, in fact, another woman. A local girl named Elizabeth Caldecott had entered Thorne's life, and before long he was speaking openly about breaking off his engagement with Elsie and perhaps even starting a new life abroad. But Elsie Cameron refused to let go, and on the evening of December the 5th, 1924, she travelled from London to Crowborough and walked the lonely road towards Thorne's poultry farm. She carried an attaché case and, according to witnesses, seemed determined to confront him. It was the last time she was ever seen alive. Weeks later, Scotland Yard detectives digging on Thorne's small farm would uncover one of the most shocking discoveries of the decade. And when the remains were examined by the famous Home Office pathologist Sir Bernard Spilsbury, a horrifying picture began to emerge. In this final compilation case, we examine the Norman Thorne case, a strange and disturbing story of jealousy, deception, forensic science, and one of the most controversial murder trials of the 1920s.
Background. Norman Thorne. 26-year-old Norman Thorne is a likable lad living not far from his parents in the village of Crowborough. In August 1922, with help from his father, Thorne bought some land at Crowborough and decided to commence poultry farming. He erected two sheds, one to live in and the other to be used as a workshop. By Christmas 1922, he and the girl Cameron became engaged, and Miss Cameron occasionally came to Crowborough and stayed in the village, going to see Thorne every day she was here. Elsie Cameron. Elsie Cameron had met Norman Thorne at a Wesleyan chapel in Kensal Rise in London in 1921. They became sweethearts. Elsie was described as having an unstable or neurotic disposition. Norman was said to have wanted to break off the engagement with Elsie, but he was frightened what she might do. Mrs. Piper of Crowborough, with whom Miss Cameron lodged, agreed that on one occasion the girl seemed nervy and stupefied. She refused to go to bed and finally refused to enter the house. She remained outside with Thorne and called next morning for her attaché case. Another tale, confirmed by her grieving father, spoke of how her threats to throw herself off a train. Elsie was also said to suffer from neurasthenia, a very similar thing to chronic fatigue syndrome. On one occasion of her visit to Thorne, Thorne had been required personally to take Elsie back by train to her home. In early 1923, their relations continued. Elsie would come to visit from London, some 2 hours away, staying at a lodging house in town and walking the path to Thorne's poultry farm, staying for the day and returning at night to the lodging house. Miss Caldecott. By the summer of 1923, Thorne had met a local girl, Miss Caldecott. The two began an intimate relationship. Miss Caldecott was aware of his relationship with Elsie. Miss Caldecott stated that Thorne had discussed marriage with her and the possibility of going to America. He also told her he would like to break off his engagement with Elsie Cameron,
but as she was such of neurotic nature, he could not be certain that she would not commit suicide. As Thorne's relationship with local girl Miss Caldecott strengthened, his relationship with Elsie Cameron cooled. There was admitted pressure from Elsie's parents for the engagement to turn to marriage, but Thorne delayed. Letters are passed between the two where Thorne indicates that there is another, stating that he is between two flames. Thorne also indicates how his father very much likes and approves of the new love interest, Miss Caldecott. Elsie returns letters declaring her undying love, with some unkind remarks regarding Thorne's father. Possibly in desperation, Elsie announced that she was pregnant. Thorne returns that they should wait a few months to see if she really is pregnant before setting any kind of date. On the 5th of December 1924, Elsie, now determined to have the marriage, arrives at Thorne's hut with the announcement that she will not leave the hut until they marry. Upon her arrival there, she's never seen alive again. On the 7th of December, 2 days after she had gone missing, Thorne writes to his fiancée, Elsie Cameron, at her home in London, asking why she did not arrive. Panicked, Elsie's parents call in the police, desperate to find their vulnerable missing daughter. The police, tracing Elsie's steps, begin to ask questions of Norman, who states he has not seen her. When asked what he is supposed might have happened to her, Thorne responds that it is his belief that she may have been carried off by Mormons, or possibly drowned herself in the Thames. Local police turn to Scotland Yard, who immediately take full control of the investigation. From here, things move very swiftly. From the Daily Mirror, the 15th of January, 1925. The Scotland Yard men, who are busy in an attempt to trace Miss Elsie Cameron, have received information from a bus driver and an inspector which indicates that she travelled by omnibus from Tunbridge Wells to Crowborough on the day of her disappearance. Evidence from neighbours that Elsie was seen in Crowborough, where she was well known on the day that she's reported as missing, and also seen on the path walking to Thorne's chicken farm, is reported to Scotland Yard. Thorne is remanded after his continual affirmations of not having seen Elsie on the day she went missing. From the Daily Mail, the 17th of January, 1925. Norman Thorne remanded on murder charge, dramatic court scene. Accused says, "I've nothing to say." Norman Thorne stated when remanded yesterday, charged with the murder of Elsie Cameron at Crowborough, "I've nothing to say." He looked tired during his brief but dramatic appearance in court. Hisses came from the crowd of women outside when later he was removed to Brixton, where he will be under the medical officer's observation. Whilst Norman Thorne is remanded and extensively questioned, Scotland Yard begin digging on Thorne's farm and meet success with the finding of Elsie's well-known attaché case and her glasses. Still missing is her body. Thorne is given the information of the finding of her attaché case and glasses and changes his story. From the Daily Mail, the 17th of January, 1925. Told by police 2 hours after a body was found. Eerie night search. Events have moved swiftly during the last 24 hours in this sensational drama. It was only 3 days ago that Scotland Yard were asked to try and solve the puzzle of her mysterious disappearance. Chief Inspector Gillan and his fellow officer Sergeant Askew worked with such speed that within 48 hours they had secured a clue to one of the most amazing riddles that detectives have been called upon to deal with for many years. Thorne's station visit. Thorne was asked to leave his lonely farm and visit the police station in order to make his statement. He never returned. For while he was at the police station, the detectives proceeded to dig up his farm. All day long they laboured in the rain and mist. But when night fell and nothing beyond the missing girl's suitcase and spectacles had been unearthed, there was a feeling that the task which Scotland Yard had undertaken was indeed a heavy one. 5 hours later, Thorne made a further statement to the police. The result was that a squad of constables were hurriedly summoned and rushed to the farm in motor cars. It was about 10:30 p.m. when Thorne made the statement, and shortly after 11 o'clock, the police began digging at a certain spot on the left-hand side of the entrance to the farm. Within a quarter of an hour, they made a dramatic find. The find is horrific. Elsie Cameron's body, naked and dismembered, is found placed in 2 sacks. Her head is found in a biscuit tin. From the Daily Mail, the 17th of January 1925. Head in a biscuit tin. A few yards from the chicken shed and at a depth of about a foot, they unearthed the dismembered body of a woman, which has since been identified as the remains of Miss Cameron. The body was in 3 sections. In a biscuit tin, tied up with string, was the severed head. The features were easily recognizable. Wrapped up in 2 sacks were the trunk and the legs. There was no clothing whatsoever. Silently and reverently, and amid the flickering of hurricane lamps and electric torches, the remains were removed from their secret grave and placed in a wheelbarrow that was found on the farm. Then, accompanied by all the police officers who had taken part in this dramatic scene, the body was wheeled 1.5 miles up country lanes to the mortuary of the village undertaker. It was seen by the police divisional doctor and subsequently formally identified as the remains of Elsie Cameron. 2 hours later, Thorne was informed of the tragic find and formally charged with willful murder. The murder charge followed the discovery by the police after the night's digging operations on Thorne's poultry farm of the body of Elsie Cameron, the London typist, who had been missing since December the 5th. Sir Bernard Spilsbury, the Home Office expert, will examine the remains, and the inquest will be held on Monday. The news quickly spreads and becomes a headline story nationally. Thorne is formally charged with murder and taken to Brixton Prison. Crowds line the streets, mostly women, who boo and hiss at Thorne as he is placed in the van to take him away. Famed Dr. Spilsbury is given charge to examine the body parts and to assess, as far as possible, Elsie's cause of death. Thorne himself has nothing to say regarding the finding of his dismembered fiancée's body. From the Daily Mail, the 17th of January, 1925. Thorne half dazed in police court. Nothing to say now in reply to murder charge. Taken to Brixton. Women hiss. Public demonstration when Thorne is removed from Crowborough. There was a scene outside Crowborough police station when Thorne was driven away to Brixton Prison. Surrounded by police officers and detectives, Thorne, who did his best to hide his face with a soft cap, was rushed from the police court door to the waiting motor car. As the car was driven away, a number of women who were standing on the opposite side of the road hissed violently. Another account says that Thorne walked through the crowd holding his hand
before his face and smiling broadly, and he was still smiling as he was driven away. Before Thorne was driven away, he was seen twice by his father. It is understood that during his remand in Brixton Prison, Thorne will be under the observation of the prison medical officer. The butchered remains of Elsie Cameron are identified by her father. He confirms that Elsie was 26 years old and had been a typist by occupation. He's overcome with grief. The prosecutors request an extension of the usual 1-week remand to give time to Dr. Spilsbury to ascertain the cause of death. The extension is granted. A defence team is secured by Norman Thorne. Shortly thereafter, Norman Thorne changes his story regarding the death of his sweetheart, Elsie Cameron. From the Daily Mirror, the 2nd of February, 1925, Thorne's story of dead typist. I found her hanged, statement to the police. Dramatically different explanations of the fate of Elsie Cameron, the London typist, were quoted to the Malcross, Sussex magistrates on Saturday. Her lover, Norman Thorne, who is accused of murder, was said to have told the police that when he returned to the hut on his poultry farm on the night of December the 5th, he found Miss Cameron hanging. Frightened to tell the police, he dismembered the body and buried it. Counsel for the Crown said there was no evidence of suicide, and Sir Bernard Spilsbury would say that death was caused by violence. Counsel added that Thorne's other woman friend, Miss Caldecott, would say he discussed marriage with her. He had written to Miss Cameron stating, I cannot marry both. Between two fires, Thorne's letter to the fiancée, another woman has come into my life. Thorne's confession states, I found the girl hanging from a beam in the hut. I started to go for the police, but my nerve failed me. By the light of the fire, I sawed off her limbs and head, and in the early morning I buried the remains. These dramatic words of how Elsie Cameron, the London typist, met her death was made public for the first time on Saturday when the Crown case was opened against Thorne. Neither the accused man's father, Mr. Thorne, nor Mr. Cameron was present at Mark Cross, Sussex Police Court, when Thorne stepped briskly into the dock dressed in a neat blue serge suit and stiff collar and tie. Elsie Cameron said Mr. G.C. Peaver, counsel for the prosecution, died at Thorne's poultry farm on the night of December the 5th. That was known from a statement made by Thorne himself, but the explanation of her death by Sir Bernard Spilsbury, who examined the remains, was not that given by the accused man. The copied letters. Thorne wrote 2 letters to Elsie Cameron. In one he said, another woman has come into my life. In the other he said, I am between 2 fires. I cannot marry both. Those letters, at Thorne's request, were returned to him and destroyed, but for some reason the girl had written out and kept copies, and he had admitted their accuracy. Continuing, Mr. Peaver said that on November the 30th, 1921, as stated by Thorne, Miss Cameron visited the hut and asked him to marry her. There was an unpleasant interview, but Thorne reiterated his promise and she left. On Friday, December the 5th, at about 5:15 or 5:30 in the evening, Miss Cameron was seen walking towards the poultry farm carrying an attaché case. From that time, no one ever saw her alive again. Thorne said Mr. Peaver made 2 statements to the police that he expected the girl on the Friday or the Saturday, that he went to the station to meet her and that she did not arrive, and that he then went to the pictures with Miss Caldecott.
On January the 14th, Thorne was detained and was told that another statement would be taken. That day, the girl's attaché case had been dug up, and Thorne had reason to believe that it had been discovered. To a police officer, Thorne said, "I want to tell you the truth about what happened on Friday night. The girl, Cameron, arrived unexpectedly at my place at about 5:30 and said she had come to stay there until I married her. I asked, 'Who is going to keep you?' and she said, 'You are.' I said, 'I can't be done now, and you can't stay here tonight.' I then left the hut." Proceeding with his statement, Thorne said he went back to the hut at about 9:45. He left again, and he told Miss Cameron that he was going to meet Miss Caldecott, who had been to Brighton that day. That upset her very much. Hanging from a beam. He saw the girl Caldecott home and returned to the hut at about 11:30. He proceeded, "I was greatly surprised to find the deceased girl hanging from a beam in the hut. I cut her down and laid her on the table, and for an hour or so I lay on the table myself. I afterwards started to go for a doctor and the police, but on the way I realized my position. I became frightened and returned. Getting a hatchet and a saw and some sacks, I put Miss Cameron on the sacks, and by the light of the fire I sawed off her limbs and head. I thought of carrying them away, but my nerve failed me, and in the early morning I fried the remains into the chicken run." This shocking revelation, absolving himself legally from all culpability of his fiancée's death, and stated with mild regret, is viewed with scepticism. Dr. Spilsbury has a completely different view as to how Elsie died. From the Daily Mirror, the 2nd of February, 1925. Sir Bernard Spilsbury, said counsel, examined the remains on January the 17th. He would tell the magistrate that the girl did not die from hanging. There was no evidence of strangulation, and there was no rope mark on the neck or head. There were bruises on the girl's body which were caused either by a fist or some weapon. Among various articles belonging to the girl, the police found a locket chain in Thorne's bureau and the locket itself in the workshop. Another woman at hut. Neighbours' account of talk about breaking engagement evidence was given by Mrs. Annie Price, Alfred James Sands and George Adams, that in the evening of December the 5th they saw a girl resembling Miss Cameron going towards Thorne's hut. On December the 15th, Adams stated Thorne called on him and he told him about having seen her. Thorne said he had no idea where Miss Cameron was. She had had a nervous breakdown, he said, and most likely would be in a dazed condition. If she found the gate locked, she would walk away and keep on walking until most likely she had fallen down exhausted. He went on to say that very likely the gypsies had done something to her, as he had heard they murdered a man a few years back. Then he said that very likely the Mormons had got a hold of her. Throughout the investigation and the trial to follow, Thorne sticks with his defence that sadly he arrived back to his hut after a date with Miss Caldecott and her mother to find his fiancée, Elsie Cameron, had hung herself on a beam within his hut with the use of a washing line. The Crown case against him refutes his defence utterly. From the Daily Mirror, the 12th of March, 1925, passionate new letter read, Elsie Cameron's heart cry, I adore you. The Crown case. Theory of powerful murder motive. Another woman.
Tense scenes marked the opening of the trial at Lewes yesterday of Norman Thorne, the young poultry farmer who is charged with the murder of his fiancée, Miss Elsie Cameron. While letters from Miss Cameron to the accused regarding their marriage were being read, Thorne leant forward in the dock and his shoulders heaved convulsively. In a choking voice, Mr. Cameron, the dead girl's father, identified the letters. The defence put in a new letter in which Elsie used such phrases as, "Oh, my treasure, I adore you." One passage read, "I think your dad is hateful. What he sees in Miss Caldecott, I can't imagine. If he would like you to give me up for her, he has some hope." Sir H. Curtis Bennett, in a speech of an hour and a half, said the Crown case was that Thorne murdered the girl because she had become a nuisance and he had formed another attachment. Opening the case for the prosecution, Sir H. Curtis Bennett said Thorne and the dead woman had lived close to each other at Kensal Rise. In August 1922, Thorne bought some land at Crowborough and decided to commence poultry farming. By Christmas 1922, he and the girl Cameron became engaged, and Miss Cameron occasionally came to Crowborough and stayed in the village, going to see Thorne every day she was here. By the summer of 1923, the couple, said counsel, had become upon most intimate terms. Later, Thorne became acquainted with a Crowborough young woman named Elizabeth Caldecott. Hut lovemaking. By September 1923, this young woman, Miss Caldecott, used to go to Thorne's hut practically every night and stay from about 8:30 to 10:30. In her own words, they were engaged in making love. In November of last year, Elsie Cameron wrongly thought she was an expectant mother and began to press Thorne to marry her. And at the same time, he was telling the girl Caldecott that he was anxious to break off his engagement with Elsie Cameron. It was suggested that if Thorne was successful in breaking off his engagement with Elsie, marriage with the other girl might result. Counsel said that on December the 5th, Elsie Cameron left her house in Kensal Rise to visit Thorne. The last sight of her alive was when she was walking in the road at Crowborough, near Thorne's farm. There can be no doubt, said counsel, that the girl went to Thorne's hut, and there can be very little doubt that there was a discussion between her and Thorne as to the marriage. The case for the Crown was that between 5:30 p.m. that evening and the next morning, on December the 6th, Elsie Cameron, who had become by that time, instead of a lover, a nuisance, and in Thorne's way, because of his affection for the other girl, was murdered by the prisoner. Having been murdered, the case for the Crown was that he cut up the body, disposed of it, and from that time told lies continually, until finally the body was found on the poultry farm. He then made another statement. Thorne's statement. Counsel then quoted from Thorne's statement to the police after the girl's attaché case had been dug up and submitted that it was false. In this statement, Thorne told of returning to the hut and finding Elsie's body hanging from the beam. Thorne said she hanged herself with the wash line while he was out, and then told how, feeling the position he was in, he cut up the body and buried it on the farm. Fortunately, in the interests of justice, said counsel, medical knowledge is in an advanced stage. Sir Bernard Spilsbury is able to say definitively that there was no mark upon the girls externally to show that she had died as a result of hanging. Sir Bernard found certain bruising on the head and the side of the face, and he will tell you that death occurred as the result of shock. Despite
the very conclusive evidence of Sir Bernard Spilsbury, Scotland Yard took Thorne's defence seriously and examined the fateful beam that Thorne averred was the place that Elsie had hung herself. But it is clearly found that the events Thorne affirmed could not possibly have happened. In the initial investigation, the beam is seen to be covered in dust. There is no mark of a rope. In the second test, police attempt to mimic the scene with a rope and a weight as described by Thorne. The action leaves mark of indentation on the beam by the experiment, whereas there are no such indentations in the dust of the beam as described by Thorne. From the Daily Mirror, the 12th of March, 1925, Crown case at Thorne trial. Theory of strong motive for murder. Grim police tests. Both batons were found to be covered with dust, and there was not the slightest trace of the mark of a rope. The police fastened a piece of clothesline to the beam and weighed the line with an 8-stone weight, which was placed on a chair. Then they slid the chair just as if a person had slipped off. The second test was such as a person might make in attempting suicide by jumping off the chair. In both instances, said counsel, there were obvious marks left by the rope around the baton. Discussing the question of motive, counsel said there was one, and some people thought it was the strongest known. Upon the night of December the 5th, when Elsie Cameron came down, Thorne had an appointment with the other girl, and Elsie refused to leave the hut until he had married her. Questioned in court, Thorne describes in detail the events of the fateful day. The testimony is watched breathlessly in the crowded courtroom. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, himself of Sherlock Holmes fame, is said to take a particular interest in the case. From the Daily Mirror, the 14th of March, 1925, Beam and Rope. Court demonstration. Norman Thorne, who is accused of the murder of his fiancée, Miss Elsie Cameron, went into the witness box at Lewes Assizes yesterday. A breathless court watched him tie a rope round the beam from his hut, as, he said, the girl had tied it in hanging herself. He also showed how the rope was tied around her neck. In cross-examination, Thorne said he had never told Miss Cameron he would marry her. Then why did Elsie Cameron commit suicide? Asked Sir H. Curtis Bennett dramatically. Why? Repeated Thorne. Scene in the hut. Thorne tells how he dismembered the body by the firelight. In the witness box, Thorne answered the questions of his counsel with calm deliberation. Describing Miss Cameron's visit to the hut on December, Thorne said she declared she was going to stay until they were married. He asked her to wait after Christmas to see if she really was an expectant mother. Later, he left the hut to meet Miss Caldecott and her mother. When he returned, to his intense horror, he found Miss Cameron suspended from a beam in the centre of the hut. Rushing in, he picked up a knife from the table and cut the cord and struggled to get her onto the bed. He states, I became absolutely dazed. I put out the lights, fell against the table, and then sat down in a chair. After a long time, he came to the conclusion that all he could do was to remove all traces of suicide. Speaking calmly, he said, I tried to carry the body into the workshop, but it was too heavy and cumbersome. I went for some sacks. I laid the sacks on the floor. I pulled off her clothes, laid the body on the sacks, and by the light of the fire, dismembered her body. Thorne said that after burying the dismembered body, he went to Tunbridge Wells. Despite a heroic defence, where a separate pathologist gives evidence of microscopic evidence indicating signs of hanging on Elsie's neck. The evidence is dismissed in the wake of the prosecution beam evidence and the evidence of Sir Bernard Spilsbury, as well as Thorne's own conflicting evidence. It takes the jury only 30 minutes to find Norman Thorne guilty of the murder of Elsie Cameron. From the Daily Mirror, the 17th of March, 1925, sentence of death passed on Norman Thorne. Young poultry farmer found guilty of murdering his fiancée, Miss Elsie Cameron. Norman Thorne, the young poultry farmer, was found guilty at Lewes yesterday of the murder of his sweetheart, Miss Elsie Cameron, and sentenced to death. The jury were out half an hour considering their verdict. Thorne replied with a quiet but curt no when asked before sentence if he had anything to say. Miss Justice Finlay, who referred to the crime as a horrible one, directed that the execution should be carried out at Wandsworth Jail. Miss Caldecott, the other woman with whom Thorne was in love, was mobbed on her way to the station by a crowd of women. Judge comments on horrible crime. Prisoner stands at attention with vacant gaze. The climax at the trial of Norman Thorne, aged 24, the Crowborough poultry farmer, accused of the murder of his sweetheart, Miss Elsie Cameron, came in the end swiftly. For the greater part of 2 hours, Mr. Justice Finlay, a newly appointed judge who had not presided at a murder trial before, summed up the jury. He examined the two theories of murder or suicide, and in a series of numbered points summarized for the jury both the Crown and the defence cases. After the judge had finished, the trial moved rapidly to a close. The jury remained out for only half an hour. After the jury's return into court with their verdict that was about to be revealed, came absolute stillness, the tense silence that always marks this stage in a murder trial. "Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?" asked the court clerk. The foreman of the jury replied with a single word, "Guilty." A curt no. Addressing Thorne, the judge asked him if he had anything to say why the sentence of death should not be passed. All eyes were on the youthful figure in the dock. Thorne stood at attention, staring vacantly before him. He raised his right hand as if in a deprecatory gesture, and quietly and with some curtness said, "No." Then the judge spoke, addressing Thorne directly. "You have been found guilty of this horrible crime," said the judge. "I shall not say a word more to add to the emotion which you must feel at this moment. My duty, a painful duty, is to pass the only sentence which the law allows for a crime of this kind." Miss Caldecott, the other woman in Norman Thorne's love triangle, waited in a separate room for the verdict, which, upon hearing, she nearly collapses. As she attempts to leave the building, a large crowd of people await her, and an affray takes place. From the Daily Mirror, the 17th of March, 1925. An unseemly incident followed the Thorne trial yesterday at Lewes Assizes. Miss Elizabeth Caldecott, Thorne's woman friend at Crowborough, awaiting the verdict in a side room of the court, and when it was communicated to her, she almost collapsed. With ashen features, she left the court, obviously in great distress, escorted by a male relative. Although her condition must have been apparent to the crowd, she was quickly mobbed by a selection of the throng lining the roadway opposite the court buildings. They began to follow her until her molesters numbered several hundred. They maintained an incessant chorus of booing for a distance of 300 yards along Station Street and to the railway station.
Barrier of police. At one point, a man had his bowler hat knocked from his head by a woman. Practically the whole of the crowd created the disturbances were women. Some women were not in sympathy with the behaviour of the others, and this led to a fracas between two well-dressed women who pulled each other's hair until a constable intervened. All the time the demonstration was being kept up, and the presence of two policemen who took positions on each side of her did not deter the mob. A barrier of policemen and railway porters was formed at the station entrance, and from that point Miss Caldecott and her friend were able to proceed to their train without further interference. The expected appeal for commutation is made to the Home Office, but it is rejected within a month. Norman Thorne was executed by hanging on April the 22nd, 1925, coincidentally on Elsie's 27th birthday. That concludes this historical crime compilation, a selection of some of my favourite cases from the Georgian, Victorian and Edwardian eras. Between them, they span nearly 2 centuries of crime, justice and human drama, from the brutal punishments of the 18th century to the early days of modern forensic investigation. To all of you who have followed the channel over the years, whether you have been here from the beginning or discovered the stories more recently, we would simply like to say thank you. Your thoughtful comments, your curiosity and your enthusiasm for history have helped turn this small corner of the internet into a community of armchair detectives and historical crime enthusiasts from all over the world. We have been very glad of the company. Wherever you may be watching from, we wish you calm days ahead, interesting books to read, and perhaps the occasional quiet evening spent exploring the mysteries of the past. This has been News of the Times, and I am Robin Coles, amateur student of history, part-time investigator of forgotten crimes, and an enthusiastic collector of obscure 18th century court reports. Until next time, should you happen to hear creaking floorboards in the night, glimpse a shadow in a foggy alleyway, or find yourself wandering down an old cobbled street with suspiciously interesting backstory, do keep your wits about you, and above all, wherever life takes you next, may it be filled with kindness, curiosity and peace. Good night.